Chapter 443. How dare you! Just as Wang Shu fell into the reincarnation passage, the ancient giants living in seclusion in the depths of the untainted land finally realized that something was wrong. They roared and charged toward Di Jun and the other two. Rumble. Immediately, the sky was enveloped by all kinds of lights, and it was a vast expanse. The aura of the great path wantonly spread out and pressed toward the three people in the Fushi palace. Humph. There was no need for Di Jun and Shihi to attack. Fushi snorted coldly and mobilized the original power of heaven. He reached out his hand and wiped out all the attacks. Heaven was one of the 9 heavens and the foundation of Fushi. If he was injured here, it would really become a joke in the untainted land. After the attack failed, the ancient giants did not continue to attack. Instead, they released their divine thoughts to search for traces of Wang Shu in the untainted land. They were in heaven. Unless their true bodies descended, they were no match for Fushi. However, once their true bodies descended, they would definitely be besieged by the experts of the demon clan. Therefore, they could not do anything to Fushi. In that case, why waste time fighting with them? It was more important to find Wang Shu's whereabouts first. In the future, Wang Shu would personally settle the karma with Di Jun and the others. Fellow Taoist, sorry to trouble you. Seeing the ancient giants looking for Wang Shu, Di Jun smiled coldly and turned to Fushi beside him. He wanted Fushi to hide the secrets of heaven about Wang Shu so that these ancient giants would not be able to find his whereabouts. In this way, they would not interfere with his plan. Okay. Fushi nodded and formed a Dao seal with his hands. The Khanate 8 trigrams suddenly appeared and merged with the void. It triggered the endless great path and caused the secrets of heaven about Wang Shu to become boundless. With Fushi's help, unless Dao ancestor Hong Jun helped, even a saint would not be able to calculate Wang Shu's whereabouts. Fushi was so powerful in the Dao of heaven's secrets. Fellow Taoist, thank you for today's matter. After doing all this, Di Jun thanked Fushi apologetically. Today, he had caused Fushi a lot of trouble. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Fushi at all. However, because of him, Fushi was dragged into this matter and formed a huge karma with Wang Shu. If Wang Shu had fallen into oblivion forever, then so be it. However, if Wang Shu returned from his tribulation and improved his cultivation by a few steps, he would definitely settle the score with Fushi. That would be a huge problem. Forget it. Fellow Taoist, you're doing this for the demon race. However, this sort of thing is truly despicable. Fushi will not do such a thing again. I won't interfere with what happens next. I hope you won't take offense. At this point, Fushi could not say much. He could only say that he would not do such a thing again in the future. He also said that he would not interfere in the following matters. I've troubled you enough today, fellow Taoist. I'll do the rest myself. How could I let you do it? After chatting with Fushi for a while, Di Jun took Shiha and left in a hurry. Wang Shu had been dealt with. All that was left was to plot against Ho Yi and make him meet and fall in love with Wang Shu according to Di Jun's plan. Alas! I don't know if this is good or bad. In the hall, not long after Di Jun and Shiha left, Fushi could not help but sigh. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. After Wang Shu reincarnated, he could not see the trajectory of Wang Shu's fate. This meant that something had happened, causing the plan to be out of their control. He did not know if this change was good or bad. However, Fushi knew that he could not tell Di Jun. At this moment, Di Jun was completely immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Even if he said it, Di Jun would not believe him. He would even have a bad impression of him because of this. He would ruin the relationship between the two of them for no reason. The hatred brought about by the pain of losing his son had already blinded Di Jun's eyes, causing him to lose his former great talent and strategy. The 10 golden crows were Di Jun's flaw. The flaw that the heavenly Tao had prepared for him. It was laughable that he did not know it. Back then, Di Jun was so talented and high-spirited. It could be said that he had no flaws at all and could be said to be perfect. The reason why everyone followed him was that they were convinced by his charm. However, ever since the birth of the 10 golden crows, everything had changed. Jun's heart had a touch of tenderness, and his heart gradually weakened. He seemed to have become an ordinary father. But he was the heavenly emperor. How could this be? Back then, when the 10 golden crows were born, Fuxi had felt that something was wrong. Jun was the heavenly emperor. He was boundless and indestructible. He would definitely rule the primordial world forever. So, how could the crown prince be born? The birth of the 10 golden crows. There must be some kind of scheme. In the past, no matter how Fuxi thought about it, he could not understand the problem of the 10 golden crows. It was not until the 9 golden crows fell that he came to a realization. The appearance of the 10 golden crows was to break Jun's invincible Tao heart. With a flaw in his Tao heart, Jun would no longer be perfect. As a result, there would be a flaw and the possibility of being schemed against by others. The future of the demon clan is worrying. The more he knew, the more he understood how dark the future of the demon clan was going to be. How terrifying the enemy they had to face was. Even someone as strong as Fuxi could not help but feel powerless. The heavenly Tao wanted to destroy the demon clan. What could all living beings do? The fate of the demon clan had been foretold when the 10 golden crows were born. It was just that no one had thought of it. The crown prince. The crown prince. If Jun had always been the heavenly emperor, where would the crown prince come from? Wasn't this a sign that Jun would not be the heavenly emperor for long? Not to mention the demon clan, after Wang Shu's intelligence was sealed by Jun and the other two, he completely lost his consciousness. Even when he was sent into the reincarnation passage, he did not feel anything. He was ignorant, like a newborn baby. Therefore, no matter what Jun arranged for him, he could not resist. However, Wang Shu could not resist, but it did not mean that other things could not resist. Buzz. 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 In Wang Shu's body, the Taiyin Divine Pearl sensed that its master's situation was not good. Suddenly, it trembled violently. Wisps of Khanate Taiyin origin surged out of its body and poured into Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit. When the Taiyin Divine Pearl saw that Wang Shu was in danger, it did not hesitate to destroy its own foundation to help him escape. The Taiyin Divine Pearl was simply a miniature version of the Taiyin Star. Its origin power was the most compatible with Wang Shu. With its efforts at all costs, although it could not break the seal that Jun and the other two left in Wang Shu's body, it gradually stabilized his Khanate true spirit and was no longer so weak. This change was unexpected by Jun and the other two. It caused a change in Jun's perfect plan. Boom! In the reincarnation passage, the afterlife that Jun left behind was activated. Waves of reincarnation power surged out, pulling Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit and trying to push him into the reincarnation. This was a great technique that Jun created after observing Ho Tu's reincarnation. Although it was not as powerful as the 6 paths of reincarnation, it should be more than enough to deal with a severely injured Wang Shu. At least, that was what Jun thought. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the Taiyin Divine Pearl would be willing to destroy itself for its master so that Wang Shu could escape. This caused the situation to change. Buzz, perhaps it sensed Wang Shu's danger, the Taiyin Divine Pearl trembled even more violently. The Khanate Taiyin origin poured out of its body like a vast ocean, protecting Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit and fighting against the reincarnation power. Crack! As the Taiyin origin and the reincarnation power were in a stalemate, a crisp cracking sound came from the Taiyin Divine Pearl. The Taiyin Divine Pearl was already dimmed by Jun and the other two. Coupled with the large-scale loss of its Khanate origin, it finally could not hold on any longer. It fell from the supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure level to the superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure level. Even so, it did not give up. It continued to release the Khanate Taiyin origin to protect Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit, preventing it from being invaded by reincarnation power. However, under the suppression of the reincarnation power, its aura became weaker and weaker. Obviously, it could not hold on for much longer. Fortunately, without the support of Di Jun's Dharma power, the reincarnation power was like a tree without roots. Its power could not be endless. As it fought with the Taiyin Divine Pearl, its power was also weakening. Just like this, the two forces were in a stalemate. At the same time, as time passed, the two forces became weaker and weaker. Finally, one day, the Taiyin Divine Pearl's level fell to the level of a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. The two forces reached a subtle balance. Wang Shu's Khanate true spirit gradually turned into a baby, and its power weakened. However, the power did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into flesh and bones, creating a new Khanate Taoism aptitude for Wang Shu. A Khanate Taoism aptitude in the form of a baby. Obviously, this was the effect of the reincarnation power. However, the strange thing was that Wang Shu did not reincarnate into any race in the primitive world. Instead, he still existed in the appearance of a Khanate god-fiend created by heaven and earth. Although the newborn Wang Shu's power was very weak, and he was only in the Khanate realm, his essence was indeed a Khanate saint and incomparably noble. Di Jun's plan to reincarnate him into an ordinary creature of the primitive world was declared a failure. Speaking of which, if Chang Yi was really an ordinary human, as a noble Khanate god-fiend, why would she be interested in a filthy Khanate god-fiend? One had to know that. In the eyes of Khanate god-fiends, Khanate Chi was the most filthy existence in the world. It was like a mortal looking at feces and urine. Think about it, if it were you, would you like an item made of feces and urine? No matter how beautiful it was, you wouldn't take a second look at it. The moment Wang Shu's reincarnation succeeded, the reincarnation passage suddenly shattered, and Wang Shu fell into the primitive world. One day, a meteor suddenly fell into a valley shrouded in moonlight in the primitive world. Then, within 10,000 miles of this place, divine light shone, auspicious chi fell, and auspicious clouds shrouded the area, creating thousands of strange phenomena. In the deep valley, there was an illusion of a bright moon. It was faintly discernible, interweaving with countless mysterious Khanate runes. It was incomparably sacred. The phenomenon in the sky naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding races. They thought that a treasure had appeared, and they all rushed here. Coincidentally, the strongest faction here was one of the human tribes, the Chang tribe. After discovering this place, he didn't dare to act rashly. On one hand, he set up a formation to seal this place. On the other hand, he notified the imperial court of the abnormality here, asking them to send experts to deal with it. In the imperial court, the human elder Dongyun, who was worrying about the human emperor's marriage, suddenly had a thought when he heard this. He felt that his opportunity had arrived, and he quickly rushed to the Chang tribe. The birth of an innate god-fiend was extraordinary. Even after Wang Shu reincarnated, she only had the cultivation of the innate realm. There were still countless strange phenomena, but the commotion was smaller. When the phenomenon ended, it was already 3 years later. Wah, 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 wah. As soon as the phenomenon ended, the cries of a baby could be heard from the depths of the valley. Each cry was louder than the last, moving one's expression. What a great fortune! After hearing these cries, Dongyun was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, Dongyun leaped up and rushed into the depths of the valley. He was not worried about the danger at all. Of course, he did not need to worry about the danger. Dongyun was now very powerful. He was promoted by the human emperor's choice of marriage. With the human emperor's protection, no danger could hurt him. Even if someone wanted to kill him, they would be punished by the human emperor. Good. 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 A heavenly goddess. Only then can she be worthy of our emperor. The moment he saw Wang Shu, Dongyun felt that the human emperor had appeared in front of him. He immediately understood the identity of the baby girl in front of him. The empress chosen by the human emperor. You were born in the Chang clan. From now on, you will be called Chang-yi. Dongyun went forward and picked up Chang-yi. Chang represented the human tribe. Yi described a woman's beautiful appearance. Together, Chang-yi meant the most beautiful woman in the Chang tribe. Dongyun gave Wang Shu this name because he said that when she grew up, she would be a peerless beauty. After that, afraid that outsiders would discover the abnormality of this place, Dongyun first instructed the members of the Chang tribe not to leak any information about this place. Then, he brought Chang-yi back to the imperial court as quickly as possible. When Chang-yi arrived at the imperial court, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt that something about him was about to happen. However, no matter how he deduced, he did not gain anything. He could only give up. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fu Shi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. However, in his heart, he was secretly vigilant. He was now a popular figure in the primordial world. It was hard to guarantee that no one would secretly plot against him. They had to weigh the weight of him, the great Taoist priest. The waters of the primordial world were too deep. Even a saint could fall if he was not careful, let alone Feng Zichen. It was better to be careful. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fu Shi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. After Dongyun brought Chang-yi back to the imperial court, he did not bring her to the ancestral temple to pay respects to Nuwa. Instead, he placed her in the home of a human couple. No matter how good Chang-yi's background was, she was only in the Khanate realm and was a baby. Of course, she could not be the empress. Therefore, according to Dongyun's plan, he had to wait for Chang-yi to reach the golden immortal realm before bringing her to pay respects to Nuwa to see if she was qualified to become the empress. After that, when Chang-yi grew up a little, Dongyun taught her the lunar scripture and asked her to cultivate hard in order to reach the golden immortal realm as soon as possible. Chapter 444. The Taiyin scripture was also known as the Taiyin scripture. It was an extraordinary scripture with a shocking origin. It was not a cultivation technique created after birth, but a scripture born of innate fortune. Feng Zichen's true spirit had been living in the North Star for so many years, and he hadn't been idle. Apart from comprehending the great Tao, he had been observing Zhouxing, hoping to gain some enlightenment. Not to mention, by observing the stars day and night, he had really comprehended 365 innate Taoist scriptures, which corresponded to the number of innate Taoist scriptures, and each of them led directly to the level of a perfected golden immortal. The Taiyin scripture was one of the Xiantian Tao scriptures born from the Taiyin star. It was also the supreme scripture among the 365 Xiantian Tao scriptures, mainly describing the Tao of Taiyin. However, the Tao scripture was too famous. Feng Zichen was afraid of causing trouble, so when he passed it down to his clansmen, he simplified it and renamed it the Taiyin scripture. Only when his clansmen reached the golden immortal realm would they pass down the true Xiantian Tao scripture. This way, it wouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. As an elder of the human race and a half-step Daluo Jingxian, Dongyun naturally cultivated the true Taiyin scripture. What he passed to Chang-yi was naturally not the simplified version cultivated by ordinary clansmen, but the true Taiyin scripture, the Xiantian Tao scripture personally passed down by Feng Zichen. Chang-yi's previous life was Wang Shu, the most ancient moon god born from the Taiyin star. She had dabbled in all the Xiantian Tao scriptures born from the Taiyin star and walked her own path. It could be said that she had a deep understanding of them. The Taiyin scripture was naturally among them. As such, Chang-yi displayed astonishing talent as soon as she came into contact with the Sutra of the Highest Demon. A cold, bright moon rose from behind her, resonating with the supreme star, the lunar star, that resided in the boundless starry sky. Then, under Dongyun's incredulous gaze, strands of innate Taiyin origin drooped down from the Taiyin star and merged into Chang-yi's body along the moon's shadow behind her. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongyun sure seemed to have received a great shock. She repeatedly exclaimed that this was impossible. When an ordinary person first started cultivating the scripture of extreme yin, they would only absorb the moonlight from the lunar star. Only when their cultivation base continued to increase would they be able to draw upon the power of the lunar star from the boundless starry sky. As for someone like Chang Yi, who directly used the innate great yin essence to establish her foundation, this was simply unheard of. Even Feng Zichen could barely draw upon the power of the lunar star when he first cultivated the lunar sutra. He was far inferior to Chang Yi. Only a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven could summon the innate source of great all-embracing heaven from the great all-embracing heaven star. Moreover, it was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven who had attained the Tao of great all-embracing heaven. Otherwise, an ordinary golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven would not be able to do it. Although Wang Shu had reincarnated into Chang Yi, her essence remained the same. She was still an innate saint nurtured by the lunar star. As the top innate god in the prehistoric era, she was naturally protected by the lunar star. Drawing upon the innate Tai-yin source might be impossible for others, but to her, it was as simple as eating and drinking. It was an instinct that had been carved into her body. Although Dong Yunshi was a human elder, his knowledge was limited. He could not see through the intricacies of this, which was why he was so shocked by Chang Yi's abnormality. If it were a Tai Jingxian from the monster race, shaman race, or dragon race, they would be able to deduce Chang Yi's origin upon seeing this scene. This was the difference in foundation. It was not something that could be made up overnight. It required time to settle down. The human race still had a long way to go before they could become the main characters of the world. But what an ordinary Daluo Jingxian could not do, Chang Yi easily did. Didn't this mean that Chang Yi's origin was far greater than Daluo Jingxian's? At this thought, Dong Yunshi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He knew that Chang Yi's origin was not simple. This could be seen from the phenomenon that came with her birth. But Chang Yi's origin was so great that he had not expected it. Would it be a blessing or a curse for him to bring such a person back to the human race? At this time, Dong Yunshi began to feel fear. Was it really appropriate to bring Chang Yi back to the human race so rashly? Would her identity bring great trouble to the human race? The worry in his heart made Dong Yunshi worry about the future of the human race. But soon, all the worry in his heart was replaced by ecstasy. Only such a woman was worthy of the human emperor and could become the empress of the human race. As for trouble, the human race was born from Yua's good fortune. It was her opportunity to attain the Tao. Who would dare risk offending a saint to exterminate the human race? Dong Yunshi and most of the human race had limited knowledge after all. They did not know the depth of the primordial world. They thought that with the saint's protection, the human race could sit back and relax. But they did not know that the truly important figures were not necessarily afraid of saints. They even dared to scheme against saints, let alone the human race. Chang Yi's talent was heaven-defying. In less than 10,000 years, she had cultivated to become a golden immortal. Dong Yunshi was worried that she did not know the evil of the human heart and that the world was difficult. It would be difficult for her to help Feng Zichen rule the human race, so he sent her out to gain experience and broaden her knowledge. He did not ask her to travel the entire primordial world. It would be enough if she could see the entire human territory. When Chang Yi returned from her experience, it would be time for her to pay a visit to Nuwa. At that time, as long as she obtained the Nuwa's consent, Chang Yi would be the empress of the human race. As for Feng Zichen's opinion, since the Holy Mother had agreed, Feng Zichen's opinion was not so important. Chang Yi spent more than 3,000 years touring the human forces in the primordial world. Then she set off for the East Sea to take a look at the 7 planets prefecture. Just as Chang Yi was rushing to the East Sea, Ho Yi, who had been recuperating for more than 10,000 years, walked out of the Pango Hall with a pale face and rushed to the East Sea. In the past 10,000 years, the ancestral magi had used all their means, but they could only suppress Ho Yi's injuries and could not completely heal him. The Khanate Supreme Yin origin was too difficult to deal with. Everyone was helpless and could only let Hou-yi go to the East Sea to try his luck. Dong Wang Kung. The East Sea had Dong Wang Kung. He was an Khanate saint born from the Khanate supreme Yang origin. His achievements in the Tao of Yang were not inferior to Tai Yi and Di Jun. He could definitely remove the Khanate supreme Yin origin in Hou-yi's body. Although he had long died, his Tao field was still in the East Sea. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any treasures left in it that could help Hou-yi. Besides, even if it failed, Hou-yi would not lose anything. Anyway, he had to give it a try. If he did not try, how would he know if it would succeed? If the East Sea could not do it, the ancestral magi decided to go to West Kunlun and beg the Queen Mother of the West. This Khanate goddess born from the Khanate supreme Yin origin also had the ability to heal Hou-yi. However, the relationship between the magi and the many mighty figures of the primordial world was not very good. In fact, it was very bad. In the early years, the magi were too arrogant. They had always considered themselves the masters of the primordial world and had offended almost all the mighty figures of the primordial world. Now that they had a favor to ask of others, the ancestral magi were not confident about the chances of success. Otherwise, they would not have used this method as their last resort. 1,000 years later, Chang-yi returned from the East Sea. Dongyun immediately gathered all the elders of the human clan who were still alive. Under their witness, he brought Chang-yi into the human clan's ancestral temple to pay respects to Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Jean, then, Dongyun has something to ask of you. In the ancestral temple, Dongyun bowed respectfully to the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Greetings, Goddess Mother. After a long time, although the statue of Nuwa did not move, Dongyun felt a gaze coming from the underworld and watching him. He immediately knew that Goddess Nuwa had arrived. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. What's the matter? An indifferent voice sounded, as if the great Tao was rumbling, resounding in Dongyun's ears. Goddess, the human emperor has been ruling for a long time and has not appointed an empress. We are worried that the yin and yang are out of balance. Therefore, we have searched for tens of thousands of years and found a gentle woman. We want to ask the human emperor to appoint her as the empress. Goddess, you are the goddess of the human clan. Naturally, the empress has to be approved by you. Therefore, I specially brought Chang-yi to pay respects to you and let you see if she has the potential to become an empress. When Nuwa asked, Dongyun did not dare to hide anything. He hurriedly told her the purpose of his visit. Choosing an empress for Feng Zichen. Hearing this, Nuwa could not help but find it funny. What kind of status did Feng Zichen have now? In the primordial world, there were only a few goddesses who were worthy of him. How could a mere human find a woman worthy of him? But since Dongyun had brought Chang-yi here, it would be unreasonable to not take a look. With this thought in mind, Nuwa turned her gaze to Chang-yi. With this look, Nuwa was shocked. She actually felt an extremely pure lunar origin from the woman in front of her. It was not inferior to Shihi's at all. But how was this possible? Shihi was the goddess of lunar origin, the ruler of the lunar star. No one in the primordial world should be able to defeat her in the Tao of lunar origin. Strange, really strange. In confusion, Nuwa could not help but carefully size up Chang-yi. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was an innate saint. Like Shihi, she was an innate saint born from the lunar star. Boom! This discovery shocked Nuwa. She could not care less. With a thought, she directly moved Chang-yi from the human clan's ancestral temple to Empress Hua's palace. Nuwa's movements were so fast that Chang-yi did not notice the slightest abnormality. By the time she reacted, the surrounding environment had already changed. Greetings, Nuwa. Chang-yi could not help but feel a little flustered when she suddenly came to an unfamiliar place. But when she saw the person in front of her, she calmed down and bowed gracefully. Although she had never really seen Nuwa, who else could make a move in the Nuwa temple other than Nuwa? Moreover, the appearance of the person in front of her was exactly the same as the statue of Nuwa in the ancestral temple. As long as she was not stupid, she could guess the identity of this person. Chang-yi. Good name. At this time, Nuwa had already recognized Chang-yi's origin and understood the series of plans surrounding her. Although Fushi's methods were strong, he could not hide it from his biological sister. Although the methods of the human Tao were hidden, Nuwa had become a saint by completing the human Tao. Her relationship with the human Tao was naturally very close. Coupled with her achievements in the Tao of marriage, the matter of human marriage could not be hidden from her. Therefore, after understanding all of this, Nuwa immediately made a decision in her heart. She must facilitate this matter at all costs and let Feng Zichen and Chang-yi complete the human marriage. She did this not only for the human clan, but also for Fushi. In Wang Shu becoming Chang-yi, Fushi had played a big role in it. The karma between Wang Shu and him was very deep. If Wang Shu returned, he would definitely settle accounts with Fushi. At that time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Nuwa planned to erase the karma in advance before Wang Shu returned. The human marriage was the method that Nuwa thought of. Human marriage should be born for the human Tao. It would bring great merit and great luck. If Chang-yi and Feng Zichen completed the human marriage, she would definitely obtain a lot of merit. With this merit, it would be much easier for Chang-yi to return to the peak or even go further. She would not need to spend a lot of time. She could also use this to get rid of Di Jun's scheme. It could be said that she could kill several birds with one stone. Yes. With this, the karma between Wang Shu and Fushi could be considered to be settled. Although she had suffered a calamity because of Fushi, she had also obtained great merit because of it. Everything had its own destiny. That was how it was. Moreover, marrying Feng Zichen was not a disgrace to Wang Shu. He was the descendant of Pangu, the primordial sword ancestor, the great Taoist priest who was invincible in the Daluo Jingxian realm. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial Daluo Jingxian. In terms of status and future achievements, he was not inferior to Wang Shu and even surpassed her. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? It was not certain who would be wronged. As for whether Feng Zichen was willing to marry Wang Shu, this was not in Nua's consideration. This was the lunar goddess, the most ancient lunar goddess. To be able to marry her was a great fortune. Disagreeing? Was he crazy? To be honest, Nua could still make the decision for Feng Zichen. Just the fact that the human race was created by her was enough. From the beginning to the end, Nua did not have the intention to kill Chang-yi. It was because an existence like Wang Shu could not be completely killed. Even if she died, she would be resurrected at any time. Especially this kind of great divine ability who had contributed to the primordial world, they could not even completely seal her. There would always be all kinds of accidents that would help her escape. Wang Shu was the best example. Di Jun and Shihi working together could not be said to be weak. However, the two of them worked together to seal Wang Shu, and she still escaped. This already explained everything. Just like Red Cloud, with the ability of the Western Saints, it was not difficult to make her unable to revive. However, the two of them did not do so. Instead, they quietly waited for Red Cloud to revive so that they could achieve the Tao and end the karma. It was because the two of them understood that as long as the primordial world was not destroyed, Red Cloud would never die. She would be resurrected at any time to find them to repay the karma. If they stopped Red Cloud from resurrecting, they would be causing trouble for themselves. Imagine, the two of them had just sealed Red Cloud forever. Someone here did not like the two of them and secretly released Red Cloud. Hiss. That scene was really terrifying just thinking about it. With the previous hatred and old hatred, no matter how good Red Cloud's temper was, she would not let Xuanti rest in peace. Therefore, Xuanti was so smart that he would never leave such a big flaw for the enemy. The higher one stood, the more they could see the essence of things and the more comprehensive their consideration. Turning a disadvantage into an advantage and achieving the greatest results at the smallest price was what they had to do. Chapter 445. Killing had always been a last resort, not the best way. Saints disdain to do it. What a good child. Get up quickly, let me take a good look. With a plan in mind, Nuwa walked to Chang-Yi's side and gently helped her up with a smile. After that, Nuwa carefully sized up Chang-Yi's face for a while and couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful girl. The beauty of the moon goddess was naturally the best in the primordial world. Moreover, Wang Shu had gone through a lot. Although she was colder than she had a more pitiful temperament. Her beauty seemed to be even more outstanding. Even Nuwa felt pity when she saw her. Of course, this didn't mean that Nuwa and other goddesses couldn't compare to Wang Shu in terms of beauty. It was just that their temperaments were different in the eyes of different people. Khanate god fiends were the most perfect creatures in the primordial world. They were born with the will of heaven and earth. They were the appearance of Tao, the manifestation of Tao in the human world. On the outside, they were naturally handsome men and beautiful women. However, each Tao had its own attributes, causing their personalities and temperaments to be different. Beauty and ugliness were born because of this. After all, in the case of having the same appearance, temperament became the only plus point. Goddess, you flatter me. Chang-Yi replied with some fear. Being treated so kindly by Nuwa, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It was because the current her was not the ancient moon goddess Wang Shu, but the human girl Chang-Yi, facing the creator of the human race, the supreme saint of the primordial world. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Alright, don't be nervous. Do you think I'll eat you? Seeing the existence of the primordial world acting so cautiously in front of her, Nuwa found it amusing and couldn't help but make a joke. Goddess. Nuwa's behavior made Chang-Yi even more nervous. She called out in a low voice and couldn't say anything. Hee. Nuwa chuckled twice. She also knew the principle of stopping before going too far. Otherwise, when Wang Shu returned and remembered that she had teased her, it would be inevitable that there would be another karma. Thinking up to this point, Nuwa adjusted her expression and returned to her previous serious appearance. Then, she began to talk to Chang-Yi about serious matters. The human race wants to make you empress and marry Feng Zichen. That's why I brought you here to ask for my opinion. As for you, I am extremely satisfied. Therefore, I will not object to this matter. Now, it's up to you. If you agree, I will order the human race to prepare for your marriage. If you don't agree, I will take you as my disciple. From then on, you will reside in Empress Wa's palace and sever your ties with the mortal world. Nuwa's idea was very good. If this marriage didn't work out, she would take Chang-Yi as her disciple. She could also end the karma for Fushi. However, in this way, it would be hard to avoid a direct confrontation with Di Jun, which would also be a big problem. In any case, it would not be as good as getting married. The protection of the human race was not just for show. If Wang Shu became the protagonist of the human marriage, Di Jun would have to consider carefully if the demon race could withstand the backlash of the human race. However, although Nuwa's heart was more focused on the human marriage, she would not force Chang-Yi. Instead, she would let her make her own choice. As a saint, she still had this little bit of breadth of mind. Yes. Chang-Yi is willing to marry your majesty. Nuwa's straightforward question made Chang-Yi's face turn red with embarrassment. However, she still gently nodded her head and replied as if she was mumbling. As a woman, it was already a great courage for Chang-Yi to say such shameful words. To ask her to say it out loud was a little difficult. However, although the voice was soft, it was enough to express Chang-Yi's intentions. This made Nuwa heave a sigh of relief. She also did not want to fall out with Di Jun directly. However, Nuwa did not know that ever since Dongyun picked up Chang-Yi, she had made up her mind to cultivate her to be the empress of the human race. Therefore, in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, Dongyun had been instilling in Chang-Yi the concept that she was Feng Zichen's future wife in addition to teaching her etiquette when she was young. Over time, her heart was naturally tied to Feng Zichen. Therefore, in the face of Nua's inquiry, how could Chang Yi not agree? Good, good, good. Zichen must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to receive your assistance. Feeling happy, Nua took off a hairpin from her head and personally put it on Chang Yi's head. This hairpin was pure gold in color. It was shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings and about to fly. Therefore, it was named the Pure Gold Phoenix Hairpin. It was a superior grade innate spirit treasure and was extremely extraordinary. Once activated, it could transform into a pure gold phoenix to fight against enemies. It could spit out nirvana heavenly flames and had the ability to destroy all things. A treasure bestowed by a saint was naturally no small matter. As soon as Chang Yi's spiritual sense came into contact with the pure gold phoenix hairpin, her true spirit imprint was automatically imprinted on it, and she had preliminary control of this treasure. If she refined it for another 100 years, she would be able to completely control this treasure. It was just like a lifelong spirit treasure. As Chang Yi refined the pure gold phoenix hairpin, the origin and use of it spontaneously appeared in her mind. Thank you, Empress. Knowing the preciousness of this treasure, Chang Yi hurriedly thanked her. You're welcome. You're about to become the Empress of the human race. If you don't have a treasure with you, won't you be looked down upon by outsiders? Nua gave Chang Yi a treasure, and it was her personal treasure. Of course, her intention was not simple. Firstly, it was to express her love for her. Secondly, it was to tell others that Chang Yi was not someone without a background. There was a saint standing behind her. Thirdly, it was to hide Chang Yi's true identity. If the marriage was successful, it would definitely shock the entire primordial world. It was unknown how many people would be attracted. In this way, it would be difficult to hide Chang Yi's identity. Therefore, Nua added insurance for her in advance. The pure gold phoenix hairpin hid a strand of her spiritual sense. If someone deduced Chang Yi's origin, that strand of spiritual sense would erupt and deduce the endless power of creation, weaving a new identity for Chang Yi, an innate god-fiend born from Nua's blood essence. This way, no one would pursue Chang Yi's identity to avoid offending Nua. You can go back. After you and Zichen are married, you can come here with him to visit me. With that, Nua waved her hand and sent Chang Yi back to the human ancestral temple. Along with her was a decree, a rainbow-colored crown, and a rainbow-colored feather robe. The decree was Nua's decree to confer Chang Yi the title of Empress of the human race. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe were the wedding clothes that Nua had prepared for Chang Yi. They were both middle-grade connate numinous treasures that could block Daluo Jinxian's attack. It had to be said that Nua had considered everything very thoroughly. She knew that with the foundation of the human race, it would be difficult to prepare a suitable wedding dress for Chang Yi. She might as well prepare it all at once and save the human race the trouble. After all, 3 connate numinous treasures were nothing to her. Nua might not have the most connate numinous treasures in the primordial world, but she definitely did not lack connate numinous treasures. Because she had the cauldron of heaven and earth, she could directly refine any connate numinous treasure she needed. It was very convenient. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe fell and disappeared into Chang Yi's glabella. The decree was laid flat on the altar and displayed in front of everyone. What was recorded on it was nothing more than Nua agreeing to make Chang Yi the Empress. Her Majesty has agreed. She ordered us to prepare for the wedding. Dong Yun took a step forward and saw the contents of the decree clearly. She could not help but be overjoyed and said to everyone. After that, everyone paid their respects to Goddess Nua, and then they left to prepare for the wedding. During this process, no one told Feng Zichen, and no one cared about Feng Zichen's opinion. It was because Nua had said that she would personally talk to Feng Zichen about this matter. This made the human race elders heave a sigh of relief. Although they had acted unusually tough in the human emperor's palace and forced Feng Zichen to bow his head, if Feng Zichen was determined to disagree, they could do nothing. Back then, Feng Zichen had agreed because he had predicted that they would not be able to find a suitable candidate, but he had missed the human race. The human race elders could not find a suitable candidate, but could the human race not find one? A moment of carelessness had caused a lot of trouble for himself. What's going on? Why am I suddenly feeling uneasy? It seems that something big is about to happen to me. Just as the human race elders were preparing for his wedding with Chang'e, Feng Zichen, the protagonist, finally sensed that something was wrong and woke up from his cultivation. Damn it! Why can't I divine it? Realizing that something was wrong, Feng Zichen naturally used the deduction technique to search for the source of the matter. However, whether it was the Khanate 8 trigrams passed down by Fuxi, the Tao deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, or the heavenly cycle dipper that he had comprehended from Zhouxing, he did not find any clues. This is the work of a powerful being, concealing the mysteries of heaven. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen figured out the reason. The deduction techniques that he had learned were all top-notch in the primordial world. In theory, he could calculate everything in the primordial world. However, that was in the hands of the Creator, not him. Although these 3 techniques were good, they were ultimately someone else's and not his. He could not use them smoothly. Ordinary things could be deduced, but once he encountered someone with similar strength or a grandmaster of divination, the deduction method would not be very effective. The deduction method. I have to deduce a deduction method that belongs to me. Otherwise, I will inevitably fall into the trap of others without knowing. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen set a goal for himself. He would use the deduction method that he knew as the foundation and supplement his own foundation to create a deduction method that belonged to him. Those who learn from me will live, and those who follow me will die. If he kept cultivating other people's methods, he would never be able to surpass the creator of the method. Only by walking his own path could he be on par with his predecessors, or even surpass them. However, this matter was not urgent. What he had to do now was to figure out who was scheming against him. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to summon Hongmeng Daozhong. Hongmeng was the beginning of everything. All the principles in this world were evolved from him. Even the secrets of the heavens were no exception. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen's deduction method could be improved to the level that was second only to Fuxi and the others, reaching the realm of a grandmaster. In the primordial world, there were not many things that could hide from him. However, before he could make a move, a consciousness descended and invited him to go to outer space. Goddess Nuwa summoned me. With a jolt of his heart, Feng Zichen followed the consciousness and rushed out of the sky. Nuwa summoned him at this time. It must have something to do with the matter that made him absent-minded. Perhaps he could get the answer from her. With the saint's guidance and Feng Zichen's leg strength, in an instant, Feng Zichen crossed countless space-time and arrived at the beautiful palace of Goddess Nuwa. Speaking of which, this was the first time Feng Zichen had come to Jinqiu. If it were in the past, he would definitely look around at the scenery here. But now, he had something on his mind, so he had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He walked directly to the palace of Goddess Nuwa. Zichen pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Walking into the main hall, Feng Zichen bowed to the beautiful woman in palace attire standing in the hall. Zichen, there's no need to be so polite. Get up quickly. Nuwa was very happy to see Feng Zichen. Over the years, Feng Zichen had greatly made her proud. This made her awe-inspiring in front of the other saints for a long time. I wonder why the Holy Mother has summoned Zichen here. Is there anything important? After chatting with Nuwa for a while, Feng Zichen asked about the purpose of this trip. I called you here because I have a good news to tell you. Nuwa smiled and said. Good news? What's the good news that the Holy Mother is so moved? On the other side, Feng Zichen asked in surprise as soon as Nuwa finished speaking. If even Nuwa said it was a good news, it must be a great thing. It's a marriage I've arranged for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's curiosity, Nuwa was very satisfied. She didn't keep him in suspense and said directly. What? Marriage? At this moment, Feng Zichen's expression was very interesting. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that Nuwa had called him to the palace of goddess Nuwa for her marriage. Were forced marriages so powerful now? Couldn't he escape to the untainted land? Don't underestimate this marriage. This marriage should be born for humanity. It's not a trivial matter. It's a human marriage among the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man. If you succeed, you can get great merits and be protected by humanity. Seeing Feng Zichen's expression, Nuwa thought that he didn't know the pros and cons of it, so she explained to him. But when Feng Zichen heard the word human marriage, his expression became even more bitter. He had been hiding for so long, but in the end, he couldn't hide. He had underestimated the elder of the human clan. He had really found a candidate and obtained the approval of Nuwa. Otherwise, Nuwa would have called him over. That's strange. In the untainted land, there were only a few goddesses who had the same status as him. And they would not give themselves to him. Where did the elder of the human clan find her? She wasn't a cabbage on the roadside that could be found easily. Could it be that he had missed something? However, Feng Zichen's doubts didn't last long. When Nuwa saw his expression, she knew what he was thinking. She didn't hide anything and directly told him about Chang Yi's origin. That woman's name is Chang Yi. She is the reincarnation of the ancient moon god Wang Shu. Because she had a feud with Di Jun, she was plotted against and fell into the mortal world. This matter couldn't be hidden. She had to explain it to Feng Zichen clearly. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Zichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know what expression to make. Everything was clear. Why did he feel uneasy? So this was the root of it. Why couldn't he calculate it? He. It involved a saint, a celestial emperor, and several top-notch great divine abilities. If he could calculate it, that would be a miracle. However, he had really forgotten about Chang Yi flying to the moon. He had been too busy recently, so much so that he had forgotten such a big matter. He really shouldn't have. With Wang Shu's identity, she was more than enough to be his match. However, if he remembered correctly, Chang Yi's destined person should be Ho Yi. How did it have anything to do with him? Moreover, the matter of Chang Yi flying to the moon was not simple. If Ho Yi shooting down the sun was the fuse of the Great Magi Demon War, then Chang Yi flying to the moon was another cause of the Great Magi Demon War. It was after this matter that the 11 ancestral wizards made up their minds to create the 13th ancestral wizard. The demon race also discovered the abnormality of the human race because of this matter. They didn't hesitate to offend Nuwa and slaughter the human race to forge the witch-killing sword. After Chang Yi flying to the moon, the great calamity of the human race was really not far away. What a headache! At this time, even Feng Zichen couldn't help but have a headache. The matter of human marriage was already troublesome enough for him. With the addition of Wang Shu, it was simply such a person. Empress. Can I refuse? After a long silence, Feng Zichen asked tentatively. What do you think? Nuwa replied with a faint smile. Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood that Nuwa would most likely not agree to his refusal. However, he couldn't agree just like that. After all, he still had to try. Empress, the matter of human marriage is too big. It involves the position of the human emperor. If I complete the human marriage, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be suspected by Di Jun and cause a great disaster for the human race. Seeing that his objection was useless, Feng Zichen had to state the pros and cons of it, hoping to make Nuwa have scruples and change her previous decision. Unexpectedly, after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Nuwa shook her head disdainfully and said, "Scruples about you? That's because you overestimate the human race. Now the demon race and the Wu tribe are like fire and water. They have reached a situation where they will fight to the death at any time. Di Jun's attention is all on how to deal with the Wu tribe. Even if he sees you get married, he has no time to care about you. When he defeats the Wu tribe, he will be the real celestial emperor in the untainted land. Even sages like us will have to respect him. At that time, even if you really become the human emperor, you will have to submit to him. How will he scruples about you? If he is defeated by the Wu tribe, I'm afraid that he can't even protect himself. Then it doesn't matter whether he scruples about you or not. In this case, what are you afraid of? Nua's words were reasonable and made Feng Zichen speechless. However, Feng Zichen was not a person who would give up easily. He continued to talk about Wang Shu's identity. Wang Shu and Di Jun have a great feud. If I marry her, won't I offend Di Jun? Compared to the sages, Di Jun and Di Jiang were the people who should not be provoked in the untainted land. It was reasonable that Feng Zichen was so worried. However, he forgot that as a wizard, he had long been on Di Jun's must-kill list. Ha! Sure enough, Nuwa could not help but shake her head and laugh when she heard this. At this time, Feng Zichen also reacted and realized that he was a little anxious. Sigh. Do you really not want to marry Chang Yi? After a while, Nuwa said leisurely. Feng Zichen was silent. He had said so much, but they were all excuses. His main purpose was that he did not want to marry Chang Yi. How could Nuwa not understand? However, Chang Yi, Feng Zichen had to marry her. This was not only to help Fushi settle the karma, but also for Feng Zichen's future. Do you know why I have to let you win Chang Yi? Seeing that Feng Zichen was silent, Nuwa asked. For the marriage? Feng Zichen replied with some uncertainty. Since Nuwa had asked this question, it meant that there were still things that she did not know. It's not that. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Everyone thinks that you major in the Khanate Sword Dao. After all, the Sword Ancestor is famous for opening up the Sword Dao. If he did not cultivate the Sword Dao wholeheartedly, how could he have such great achievements? But I know that's not the case. You major in the Dao of Stars. It has always been. It has never changed. Feng Zichen's third biggest secret was revealed by Nuwa. However, she was not surprised at all. Obviously, she had already known about it. Nuwa knew that he cultivated the Dao of Stars. Feng Zichen had indeed known about it a long time ago. Because Nuwa could be said to have watched him grow up. She had been paying attention to him since the beginning of his cultivation. He could hide the fact that he cultivated the Dao of Stars from others, even Di Jun and Tai, but he could not hide it from Nuwa. Chang Yi, the Khanate saint born by the lunar star, is the natural ruler of the lunar star. She is not the person who is most compatible with you in this world, but also the person who can help you the most. At this point, Feng Zichen had already understood what Nuwa meant. No matter who wanted to take charge of Zhouxing, they could not do without the help of the lunar star. If he married Wang Shu, he could replace her after Di Jun. The lunar star was one of the 3 supreme stars in the untainted land. When its moonlight fell on the untainted land, it could open the wisdom of all things. The Khanate saint born by it could be the Empress of Heaven. The solar star was also one of the 3 supreme stars in the untainted land. Its light shone on the earth and brought vitality to all things. It could be said that its merit was boundless. The Khanate saint born by it had the destiny of celestial emperor. The Ziwei star was also one of the 3 supreme stars in the untainted land. It was transformed by Pangu's ancestral aperture. It was the most noble star and could command Zhouxing. The Khanate saint born by it was of the same origin as the Way of Heaven. It naturally had the capital to rule the untainted land and could be the heavens and earth. It could be said that between the Ziwei star and the solar star, whoever got the support of the lunar star could ascend to the position of celestial emperor. And this was Nuwa's plan for Feng Zichen. If Di Jun lost his position, with Wang Shu's help, he might be able to ascend to the sky in one step and sit on the limitless position of celestial emperor. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart was full of gratitude. Nuwa could be said to be extremely good to him. No one could find any fault with her. But in the end, he would fail to live up to Nua's good intentions. If there was no Ao Shui, it would be fine to agree to this matter. He would not suffer any losses anyway. Unfortunately, he knew Ao Shui first and had deep feelings for her. As for Chang Yi, he had never even seen her, let alone know her. He could not abandon Ao Shui and marry Chang Yi, goddess. Even so, I still can't agree. Chapter 446. Why? Nuwa was not angry. Instead, she asked in a low voice. For Feng Zichen, the benefits of this matter outweighed the disadvantages. It could be said that if he married Chang Yi, it would be equivalent to him fighting for countless years less. This was a benefit that countless gods and demons of the primordial world could not get. Nuwa really could not think of a reason for Feng Zichen to refuse. I have a very good relationship with the ancestral dragon's granddaughter, Ao Shui. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said truthfully. He was someone who could not stay idle. How could he stay obediently in the human race for tens of thousands of years? During this period, he often appeared in the East Sea. A small amount of time, he asked the ancestral dragon for guidance on cultivation. Most of the time, he accompanied Ao Shui to tour the mountains and rivers. Cultivation also required a combination of work and rest. During this period of time, the relationship between the two of them, who were already in love with each other, could be said to have rapidly warmed up. If Feng Zichen was not worried about the tribulation of slaughtering people, he would have already proposed marriage to the ancestral dragon. However, even so, Feng Zichen had made up his mind. After the matter of the human race was over and the Lich demon tribulation was over, he would confess his feelings to Ao Shui. This was because only then could he be ranked at the top of the primordial world. He could use the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces to play with the saints. He would not be as restrained as he was now, worrying about this and that. Many times, he could not help himself. If the Lich demon tribulation did not end, his future would be difficult to determine. How could he promise others? When a man faced his lover, regardless of whether he could do it or not, he would want to give her the best of everything. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could express his feelings to Ao Shui, Nuwa had already begun to force him to marry her. I was wondering what the reason was. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be a playboy. After knowing the reason for Feng Zichen's rejection, Nuwa could not help but feel that it was a little funny. She had thought that it was a big deal. After all this time, it was just a small matter. This is easy. Since you can't let go of Ao Shui, then marry her too. Nuwa smiled and said decisively. If it were someone else, he would definitely not say so. Be it Ao Shui or Chang Yi, their identities were extremely precious. Few people in the primordial world could compare to them. Being able to marry one of them was already a great blessing. He even dared to ask for 2 women to serve one man. That was simply delusional. But Feng Zichen was different. His identity, enough for him to have all of this. Ever since Pangu created the universe, there weren't many innate saints born, but there were still quite a number of them. There were 6 sages, including the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, there was only one great Taoist priest, Feng Zichen. To be blessed by the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man at the same time, what a great fortune this was. Moreover, Feng Zichen had the bearing of a celestial emperor. He was the most promising existence to inherit the position of celestial emperor after Dijun. He was also the most suitable successor to the position of celestial emperor in the primordial world. With such a noble status, it wasn't impossible for him to marry a few more people, let alone 2. As long as the other party agreed. If it were in the past, Wang Shu would definitely not agree to marry Feng Zichen, let alone with someone else. But she was Chang now, which made this matter possible. The only problem now was Ao Shui. He had to think of a way to make her agree to this matter. However, this was not a problem for Nuwa. Other than being a saint, she was also the first matchmaker in the primordial world. The marriage between Di Jun and Wang Shu was the matchmaker she had mentioned. The heavenly marriage was presided over by her. She had experience in this matter. Empress, this isn't appropriate. He thought that Nuwa would break off the marriage between him and Chang Yi after hearing this. But he didn't expect that not only did Nuwa not break off the marriage, but she also let him marry her. This trick really made Feng Zichen a little confused. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me. Waving her hand to make Feng Zichen shut up, Nuwa glared at him and said. Ah, this. Suddenly thinking that Nuwa still had the identity of a matchmaker, Feng Zichen could not help but shut his mouth resentfully. At this point, he had already understood that this matter was no longer something he could interfere in. He could only follow Nuwa's words and leave this matter to him. However, Feng Zichen was not completely without ideas in his heart. According to his estimation, even if he married Chang Yi, this marriage would not last long. Now, Chang Yi's innate wisdom had not awakened, and the memories belonging to Wang Shu were still sealed. She was ignorant, so naturally, they could arrange them. But as her cultivation realm increased, Chang Yi would sooner or later become Wang Shu. At that time, it would be hard to say whether this matter was a favor or a grudge. But no matter what, this marriage would not be able to last. As a supreme expert of the ancient times, how could Wang Shu tolerate himself marrying someone else, let alone with another woman? Therefore, this marriage was destined not to last long. It was only temporary. Then, the operation of this was greater. A marriage that was destined to have no result, why bother too much? It was fine to maintain it in name. Feng Zichen thought so. Men were so hypocritical. Unfortunately, one step back would lead to another. When it was time to get married, it might not be as he thought. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Alright, you can go back. As for Ao Shui, I will talk to her personally. I will not let her be estranged from you. Thinking about how to communicate with Ao Shui, Nuwa did not have time to pay attention to Feng Zichen. She pointed at the door and motioned for him to leave. Your Highness, can you lend me the cauldron of heaven and earth? Feng Zichen would definitely not be happy to leave just like that. It was not easy to come to Empress Hua's palace. How could he return empty-handed? Take it. As soon as she finished speaking, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared from the void and fell into Feng Zichen's hand. Nuwa was still very generous to Feng Zichen. Thank you, Your Highness. After putting away the cauldron of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen turned around and left. Sigh. What's going on? After returning to the human emperor's palace and thinking about everything that had happened in Empress Hua's palace, Feng Zichen's heart was full of helplessness. He wanted to go to Donghai to explain to Ao Shui, but he did not know how to say it. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and place all his hopes on Nuwa. Empress Nuwa had said that she would solve this matter. She should be confident. Sigh. After sighing again, Feng Zichen took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and planned to refine a few clan weapons for the human race. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He could not indulge in love. He should work hard to improve the strength of the human race. Previously, Feng Zichen had already refined 3 clan weapons for the human race. They were the Swearin Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Z. But that was not enough. Of course, the stronger the human race was, the better. With a flip of his hand, Feng Zichen took out the virtuous golden net and put it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was the first postnatal fishing net. It was originally used to catch fish. Because of the merit, it had the ability to catch all living beings. Back then, Ao Shui was caught by this net and could not escape. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to refine it into the destiny of the human race and use it to become a clan weapon to protect all living beings. Tie silk into a net and collect all living beings. If this weapon was completed, it would be called the inescapable net. Boom! The long river of destiny of the human race appeared and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth, refining together with the virtuous golden net. At the same time, the world origin, chaos origin, and Hongmeng origin flew out from Feng Zichen's body and surged into the cauldron of heaven and earth, enhancing the power of the virtuous golden net. Feng Zichen was no longer the same as before. The chaos bead, the world tree, and Hongmeng Daozhong were the same. Its power had been greatly enhanced. The origin, which was not abundant before, was not in short supply now. Therefore, only then did Feng Zichen dare to continue refining the clan weapon. Swish swish swish. 100 years later, a large golden net flew out of the cauldron of heaven and earth and disappeared into the void. However, if Daluo Jingxian came here, he would be able to see that the entire human territory was covered by a large golden net that was densely covered in lightning. If anyone dared to attack the human territory, they would probably be smashed into pieces in an instant. This was called the inescapable net. Under the Daluo Jingxian, even if they did not die if they touched it, they would still lose a layer of skin. With this net, there was no need to worry about anyone causing trouble in the human territory. After the inescapable net was refined, Feng Zichen took out another clay jar. This was the first clay jar after birth. It was a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure. There was a space inside that could store people and items. It could also refine the essence of all things. Compared to the inescapable net, Feng Zichen valued this treasure more. Putting aside the ability of the clay jar to store people and items for the time being, the ability to refine the essence of all things was enough to raise the strength of the human race to a higher level. The human race was born weak. If they wanted to be strong, they had to work hard to cultivate. At this time, the role of the clay jar was displayed. It could remove impurities and refine the essence of all things, thus laying the strongest foundation for the future generations of the human race. Just this point alone, it was unknown how many treasures it had surpassed. This treasure was a supreme treasure that assisted in cultivation. With a thought, the cauldron of heaven and earth emitted a bright light. The Khanate Taoist rhyme spread out, and the auspicious air rippled, turning the surroundings into a fairyland. The clay jar flew out of Feng Zichen's hand and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Not long after, it was refined into a ball of liquid. After all, the clay jar was just a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure, while the cauldron of heaven and earth was a Khanate supreme treasure. The difference in level was too great. Facing him, there was no resistance at all. The reason for refining the clay jar was that Feng Zichen felt that it was too ugly and wanted to refine it again. In the beginning, Feng Zichen planned to refine the clay jar into the shape of a pot. In this way, after the new clay jar was refined, it could be called the Demon Refining Pot. However, as soon as he thought of this name, Feng Zichen rejected it. Not to mention that the real demon refining pot was in the hands of Nuwa, the demon race had not yet attacked the human race. If he named the human race's race weapon the demon refining pot, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Therefore, Feng Zichen gave it another name, the God Refining Pot. However, every time he thought of this name, he felt a chill run down his spine. Therefore, he suddenly realized something and gave up on this name. The current primordial world was said to be the world of the Magi and demons, but it was actually the world of the Khanate god fiends. What was he trying to do by using the name of God Refinement? It would be strange if there were no problems. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a long time and decided to refine the clay jar into the shape of a cauldron to correspond to his supreme divine ability, the Great Tao Furnace. The Great Tao Furnace had all the abilities that the clay jar had. The Great Tao Furnace also had all the abilities that it did not have. In terms of essence, the clay jar was an artificial creation and had great wisdom. However, the Great Tao Furnace contained the true meaning of the Great Tao. It had a deep foundation and unlimited potential, far surpassing the clay jar. Therefore, it was most suitable to refine the clay jar into a Great Tao Furnace. The weak had to be close to the strong. This was the truth of the primordial world. Just like how a snake wanted to transform into a flood dragon, a flood dragon wanted to transform into a true dragon. However, the clay jar was just an artificial object. Although it was extraordinary, it was still a distance away from the Great Tao furnace that Feng Zichen had created by verifying the Great Tao. It was impossible to refine the Great Tao furnace with just it. Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Divine Stone. This was a material from the Great Chaos outside the realm. It was incomparably precious and formed from the stagnant Chaos Qi. It could be used to refine connate numinous treasures. Chaos was the mother of all things. With the Chaos Divine Stone, the ability of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to go against the connate heavens, and the merit he had accumulated over the years, Feng Zichen was confident that he could refine a superior grade connate merit numinous treasure. In order to refine the Great Tao furnace, Feng Zichen could be said to have bled a lot. All kinds of precious materials were taken out from his hands as if they were free. Only after thousands of years could he refine the Great Tao furnace. Very good. Looking at the large cauldron in front of him, it was simple and ancient, filled with the aura of the Great Tao, and surrounded by the aura of chaos. It was no different from his own divine ability. Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This treasure was definitely stronger than his divine ability. However, this was not the most perfect form of the Great Tao furnace. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the most perfect form of the Great Tao furnace should be a top-grade chaos numinous treasure, not a connate cardinal treasure. The ability it displayed now was not even 1,000th of its perfect form. With a thought, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared behind Feng Zichen. On it, the imprints of the 3,000 demon gods were ready to move. This was the missing part of the Great Tao furnace. To imprint the imprints of the 3,000 chaos demon gods on the Great Tao furnace. Then, the Great Tao furnace would immediately be baptized by the Great Tao. Even if it couldn't become a chaos numinous treasure, it could still become a top-grade chaos numinous treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the Great Tao was really limited. It couldn't support him to imprint the imprints of the chaos demon gods on the Great Tao furnace. Every time he imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods on the Great Tao furnace, this divine ability would collapse because it couldn't withstand the pressure of the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods, causing it to be difficult for him to succeed. But today, it was completely different. He had refined the Great Tao furnace into a connate numinous treasure. Its ability to withstand pressure had increased by countless times. With the hardness of a connate numinous treasure, it might be able to withstand the pressure of the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. As soon as he thought of it, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods on the Great Tao furnace. Buzz! As expected, when the first imprint of the Chaos Demon Gods was imprinted on the Great Tao furnace, it trembled violently. It was as if an invisible giant was beating it violently with a hammer. Buzz! When the second imprint of the Chaos Demon Gods was imprinted, the Great Tao furnace suffered even greater pressure. It trembled even more violently, and its body became a little smaller. Buzz, 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 as the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods were imprinted on the Great Tao furnace one after another, it also changed. Its body became smaller and smaller, and the chaotic aura around its body became thicker and thicker. Wisps of the true meaning of the Great Tao flowed out from its body, making it more and more simple and profound. Finally, when the Great Tao furnace turned from 10 feet to 1 foot in size, Feng Zichen stopped and no longer imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. At this time, the Great Tao furnace had already been imprinted with 100 imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. It had already reached its limit. If he continued to imprint, it would definitely be crushed into pieces by the true meaning of the Great Tao carried by the imprints of the demon gods. This was an irreparable damage. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't dare to continue. However, this was enough. It meant that Feng Zichen's deduction was completely feasible. In the future, as long as he continued to improve the power of the Great Tao furnace, he could continue to imprint the imprints of the demon gods on it. And if he wanted to improve the level of the Great Tao furnace, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It was already closely related to the luck of the human clan. As the luck of the human clan increased, its level would naturally increase. Feng Zichen didn't need to worry too much. However, it wasn't appropriate to call it the Great Tao Furnace now. It should be renamed the Human Tao Furnace. The human clan would eventually achieve unprecedented success. They would make all the races of the wilderness respect the human clan and redefine the human Tao. In the wilderness of the human Tao, a superior grade Khanate merit numinous treasure contained a chaotic space. It could trace all things back to their origin and transform them into the purest source. That's right, after the clay jar became the human Tao furnace, its ability to refine the essence of all things also improved. It could directly refine all things into the most primitive source without leaving behind a trace of impurities. With this treasure, the human clan's descendants might find it difficult to cultivate to the Khanate God Fiend Tao, but as long as they were willing to work hard, it wouldn't be difficult to go against the Khanate Tao. This was the foundation of the human clan's strength. After refining the human Tao furnace, Feng Zichen didn't continue refining other clan artifacts. Instead, he summoned the Suiren Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Black Robe to refine these three treasures. The human clan's providence was limited. It couldn't support too many clan artifacts. 5 was the limit of the human clan's providence. Any more and they wouldn't be able to unleash the power that the clan artifacts should have. 9 was the limit. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, even if the human clan's providence was at its peak, it could only refine 9 treasures of providence at most. This was the limit of heaven and earth. It couldn't be reversed by humans. The 3 treasures of the Suiren Lantern were treasures that Feng Zichen had refined in his early years. At that time, his cultivation was far less powerful than it was now. He also didn't have a Khanate cardinal treasure like the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. The treasures he refined naturally couldn't fully unleash their potential. Therefore, Feng Zichen refined these 3 treasures again to increase their power so that they could better deal with the future calamity. Just as Feng Zichen was refining in seclusion, Nuwa, who hadn't appeared for many years, moved today. She walked out of the beautiful Nuwa palace and rushed to the East Sea. Obviously, this was for the matter between Feng Zichen and Ao Shui. Of course, the first person Nuwa wanted to see was not Ao Shui, but the ancestral Gregon. Ao Shui was the ancestral Gregon's granddaughter. If he wanted to marry her, he had to get the ancestral Gregon's consent. Otherwise, even if Ao Shui agreed, this matter didn't count. Only by dealing with the ancestral Gregon could he go find Ao Shui. It's Hou-Yi. What is he doing here? On this day, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt that the inescapable net that enveloped the entire human clan seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence. It was trembling violently and he couldn't help but wake up from his seclusion. He released his divine consciousness and saw that it was Hou-Yi. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What was he doing here in the human clan? But immediately, Feng Zichen thought of why Hou-Yi was here. Wasn't it for Chang-Yi? Other than Chang-Yi, what else in the human clan was worth him coming here personally? However, there was one thing that Feng Zichen was puzzled about. How did Hou-Yi and Chang-Yi know each other? Ever since he came to the primordial world, many things had changed. Not to mention anything else, just Chang-Yi's fate had changed a long time ago. She wasn't just an ordinary human cultivator like the legends said. Instead, she was the queen of the human race who was nurtured by the elders of the human race. She grew up in the imperial court. Then, the question came, how did the two of them know each other? Curious, Feng Zichen secretly used the Khanate 8 trigrams and began to calculate silently. It wasn't difficult to deduce this matter. Soon, Feng Zichen learned the cause and effect, and his gaze became strange. It turned out that when Chang-Yi went to the East Sea, she happened to meet Hou-Yi, who had come to the East Sea to look for the Ziji state. Perhaps it was because he sensed the power of the same attribute. When Hou-Yi touched Chang-Yi, the source of the moon in his body suddenly acted up and broke through the seal set by the ancestral Magus, freezing Hou-Yi on the spot. When the kind-hearted Chang-Yi saw this scene, she immediately wanted to help. Of course, although Chang-Yi was kind, she wasn't stupid. She didn't directly help Ho-E remove the ice seal. Instead, she suppressed the power of the source of the moon and didn't let it continue to cause damage to Ho-E. At the same time, she also secretly contacted the human king Yoyu clan, who was overseeing the 7 planets continent, and asked him to come and help. Chang-E couldn't recognize Ho-E, but the Yoyu clan was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not recognize the top Grand Magus of the Magus race? Knowing the relationship between the human emperor and the Magus race, he let Chang-E do her best to save Ho-E. With Chang-E's current strength, of course, she couldn't get rid of the source of the moon in Ho-E's body. However, with the help of the Yoyu clan, she could calm the source of the moon and stop Ho-E's injuries from worsening. Not long after, with the help of the two of them, Ho-E suppressed the source of the moon again. It was also because of this that Ho-E saw the possibility of recovering from his injuries. Since Chang-E could calm the source of the moon, it shouldn't be difficult for her to get rid of the source of the moon. Therefore, Ho-E asked Chang-E to lend him a hand. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by Chang-E. She was the future empress of the human race. How could she be involved with a man from another race? In order to avoid suspicion, she couldn't agree. Chapter 447. However, it was not easy for Ho-E to see the possibility of recovery. How could he give up so easily? If not for Feng Zichen, he would have dared to forcefully abduct her. The witch tribe was not a benevolent tribe. On the contrary, they were very cruel. If not, how could they rule the primordial world? The demons occupied Zhouxing and intercepted the stellar power of the heavenly cycle, causing the living beings of the primordial world to be unable to cultivate with the stellar power of the heavenly cycle. They formed a huge karma with the living beings of the world, causing boundless negative karma. What about the Magi? They did not occupy the sacred mountain of the primordial world, nor did they destroy the primordial world. However, they could attract negative karma that was no less than that of the demons. It could be seen how cruel they were. This was all negative karma that they had killed. The Magi had dominated the primordial world for so many years. Countless living beings had died in their hands. One had to know that. The Magi were famous for their brutality in the primordial world. This was not made up by outsiders. They had killed themselves. As a giant of the Magi, Ho-E was obviously not to be trifled with. The negative karma on him was definitely shocking. If not for the fact that he had obtained great fame from shooting the sun, his previous reputation would definitely make people change their expressions. In the primordial world, the Magi were the law, the Tao, and the only truth. Those who did not agree with this either lived in seclusion or became food for the Magi. The tyranny of the Magi could be seen from this. Emir Chang-E actually dared to disobey his orders. This was unimaginable in the past. Unfortunately, Ho-E could not do anything to Chang-E. Although he did not know the identity of the woman in front of him, she clearly had a high status in the human race to be able to make the king of the human race personally accompany her. If he touched her, Feng Zichen would definitely find trouble with him. At that time, Chang-E's identity had not been confirmed by Nuwa, so she naturally could not call herself the queen of the human race. Therefore, although her status was high, she could not tell outsiders her exact identity. It was normal for Ho-E not to know her identity. However, the Magi and humans had been friends for many years, and there were even marriages between them. Chang-E could not refuse Ho-E's request. She could only helplessly promise that when her cultivation level improved, she would remove the source of the moon for Ho-E. Just like that, 10,000 years passed. And during these 10,000 years, Ho-E had been influenced by the extreme red embroidered ball of the Great Een origins. It could be said that he had been thinking about Chang-E day and night. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a love tribulation, and his feelings for her were deeply rooted. This was not a big deal, but Feng Zichen was going to get married. Naturally, he had to inform the shaman tribe. When Ho-E got the news, his love tribulation exploded on the spot. His mind was blinded and he rushed to the human clan angrily. He wanted to see Chang'e. Unfortunately, Chang'e's heart was completely tied to Feng Zichen, and she had long forgotten about Hou Yi, whom she had only met once. From the moment the human Tao intervened, Di Jun's perfect plan completely went awry. While Feng Zichen was deep in thought, Hou Yi had already arrived at the heart of the human race. He was about to force his way into the human Tao imperial court to find Chang'e, Grand Shaman Hou Yi. What is the meaning of this? Outside the human Tao imperial court, the two human kings, Dating and Yoyu, who had already rushed back to the human clan, saw Hou Yi coming over aggressively. They came out together and blocked him. Hou Yi's name could be said to have resounded throughout the primordial world ever since he shot down the sun. The two of them knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be Hou Yi's match. Therefore, after the two of them came out, they did not attack Hou Yi directly. Instead, they greeted him politely. The strong preyed on the weak. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Hou Yi was stronger than them, and the shaman tribe was stronger than the human clan. In the primordial world, strength was reason. Those who did not understand this would turn into dust. The two human kings were able to live until now, so they naturally had a deep understanding of this point. Therefore, even if Hou Yi directly barged into the heart of the human clan, although they were furious, they still had to suppress their anger and bow to Hou Yi. Otherwise, if it were anyone else who dared to look down on the human clan like this, they would have long slapped them to death. I want to see Chang'e. Hou Yi took a deep breath and said. The entanglement of love had already caused him to lose his wisdom of the past. Otherwise, as long as he was not stupid, he would know that these words should not have been said. What did you say? As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the Dating clan and the Yoyu clan changed drastically. Even the elders hiding in the imperial court had extremely ugly expressions when they heard this. Right before the human emperor's wedding, he wanted to see his fiancée. What was he trying to do? Did he really think that the human clan was made of mud? This was not the way to humiliate others. No matter how good his temper was, he could not stand this. If this matter were to spread, the human clan would really have no face to establish themselves in the primordial world. They might as well die. Without dignity, how could they cultivate the Tao? This joke is not funny. Looking at Hou Yi, the Yoyu clan forced a smile and said awkwardly. Until now, he still couldn't believe that those words had come from Hou Yi's mouth. Was he crazy? One had to know that. The human emperor Feng Zichen was a shaman. In the shaman tribe, he was second only to the 12 ancestral shamans. No matter how powerful Hou Yi was, he could not compare to him. If news of Hou Yi humiliating Feng Zichen spread back to the shaman tribe, the ancestral shamans would be the first to not let him off. Offending one's superiors was a huge taboo. I'm not joking. I don't want to make things difficult for the human clan. Hand over Chang'e and I'll leave. The more hatred Di Jun had in his heart, the greater Hou Yi's tribulation. From this, it could be seen how deep Hou Yi's tribulation was. He had already sunk into it and only had Chang'e in his heart. He could not care too much. It seems that Grand Shaman Hou Yi is determined to go against the human clan today. At this point, there was no need to say anything else. They could only fight. Either they used Hou Yi's blood to wash away the humiliation the human clan received. Or they used their own blood to defend the dignity of the human clan. Buzz! A crimson halberd appeared in the Dating clan's hand. It was surrounded by a bloody light and released a shocking murderous aura. The Crimson Blood Halberd. The halberd was called the Crimson Blood Halberd. It was a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure made of Khanate divine iron and the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. It had shocking destructive power and could destroy one's body and primordial spirit. It was a top murderous weapon in the Eldritch world. The bloody light that surrounded it was formed by the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. The Dating clan was also a person with amazing luck. He obtained the Crimson Blood Halberd by chance. He relied on the halberd to make a name for himself in the east of the eldritch world. Whoosh! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was heard. A long sword appeared in the Yoyu clan's hand. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. It was also a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. The Yoyu clan had been in charge of the Seven Luminaries state for many years and had a connection with the Seven Luminaries. One day, a divine sword fell from the sky in front of him. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. When the sword was swung, it could mobilize the power of the Seven Luminaries and the five elements. It was very powerful. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately used their strongest divine powers and attacked Ho-E. Facing an expert like Ho-E who shocked the eldritch world, if they did not attack first, they would not have the chance to attack. Sigh. Why bother? Seeing the two of them attacking, even Ho-E could not help but be cautious. Things were different now. If he was in peak condition, it would be easy to deal with the two of them. But now, he was suffering from a chronic illness and could not use even a fraction of his strength. It would not be so easy to win. Boom! 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 Daluo Jinxian's battle was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding void instantly shattered, and the laws of heaven and earth appeared one after another, releasing a destructive aura. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this place was close to the human Dao Imperial Court. With this supreme treasure, although the three of them caused a big commotion, it did not affect the surrounding clansmen. This Ho-E is really presumptuous. Feng Zichen, who came back to his senses, saw this scene and was furious. If Chang-E did not agree to marry him, Ho-E could see her however he wanted. He could even let the two of them be together. It was just a strange woman. If the two of them were in love, so what if he let them be together? It might even become a good story. However, Ho-E knew that Chang-E was his fiancée, yet he still dared to barge into the human race so arrogantly. He was simply looking down on him and the human race. If he was not taught a lesson this time, he would lose face as Feng Zichen, the dignity of the human race, and the dignity of the primordial world. This matter could not be settled peacefully. Human Dao Imperial Court, suppress. With a thought, Feng Zichen directly activated the supreme treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court. Rumble. Thousands of beasts galloped, and thousands of rays of light shone. Billions of Khanate Dao patterns hung down like a river flowing backward, sweeping toward Ho-E. No! Ho-E, who was fighting with the Yoyu and dating clansmen, suddenly felt a huge pressure. He only had time to scream before he was suppressed by the human Dao Imperial Court. This was the first time the Khanate Supreme Treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court, showed its power to the world. As soon as it was born, it suppressed Ho-E, who was known as the strongest among Daluo Jinxian. Roar! Open for me! Under the human Dao Imperial Court, Ho-E was unwilling to be suppressed like this. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully revealed his true form of a grand shaman and waved his arms, wanting to overturn the human Dao Imperial Court. However, the human Dao Imperial Court shook slightly, and all time and space froze. Ho-E was fixed there on the spot, unable to move at all. With the Chaos Bead as its core and the power of faith as its form, the human Dao Imperial Court was a true supreme treasure of the human race with boundless power. Not to mention that Ho-E was injured, even if he was at his peak, he could easily suppress him. This was the terrifying thing about Khanate Supreme Treasures. They were comparable to saints. Guards! Bring my message to the Dijiang tribe and ask for an audience with the Dijiang ancestral shaman. Ask him to give me an explanation. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen said coldly. Ho-E was the strongest grand shaman of the Dijiang tribe. His arrows could ignore space and hit anywhere he wanted. It was an amazing use of the Tao of space. Even the current Feng Zichen could not compare with him in terms of comprehension of the space Tao. This was the talent of the Dijiang tribe. Outsiders could not be envious. Teacher, don't be angry. I'll invite the ancestral shaman over right away. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a sorcerer from the sorcerer tribe, who was traveling among the human tribe, shouted loudly before the human tribe could reply. As the shaman shouted, he rushed into the void without looking back. He was afraid that if he was a step late, Ho-I would be killed by the humans. In recent years, the relationship between the humans and shamans had become closer. Many shamans would come to the human race to travel and see the new creation. Therefore, it was not strange that there were shamans in the human race. There were even some shaman tribes near the human race. Of course, there were also many humans who learned from the shaman tribe. Although the Tao of God fiends originated from the human race, it was more suitable for the shaman tribe. This Tao had flourished in their hands. Their powerful talent allowed them to create all kinds of incredible techniques and abilities. Naturally, they attracted many humans to learn from them. When the shaman saw Ho-I come to the human race aggressively, he knew that things were bad. When he heard Ho-I speak, his face changed greatly. He wished he could immediately go forward and seal his mouth. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only half a step away from Daoyuo Jingxian. He could not intervene in the conversation between the three. What happened after that, he could not change anything. He could only watch as Ho-I was suppressed. Now, Feng Zichen wanted Dijiang to give him an explanation. The shaman was afraid of wasting time, so he took the initiative to accept the task and hurried to invite the ancestral shaman of Dijiang. Compared to the human race, it was easier for the shaman tribe to ask for the ancestral shaman. Humph. The shaman left directly. Feng Zichen did not say anything. He snorted and asked the people below to comfort the people. Then he left. You are Chang-I. In the side hall, Feng Zichen finally saw the legendary woman, Chang-I. Beautiful. As the legend said, she was really beautiful. In the untainted land, there were no more than 10 people who could compare with her in terms of beauty since ancient times. Even Feng Zichen, who was used to seeing the world, could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw her for the first time. He did not react until the other party replied. Chang-I greets your majesty. Chang-I replied shyly at first. Then, as if she remembered something, she explained to Feng Zichen in a panic, I only met Ho-I once. I've only met Ho-I once. I don't know why he's looking for me, today's matter was caused by her. If Feng Zichen misunderstood her relationship with Ho-I, it would be troublesome. I already know the reason for this matter. It really has nothing to do with you. This is because Ho-I was schemed against, causing his true spirit to be ignorant and fall into the love tribulation. You were just implicated. Even if you were not involved, there would be someone else. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen briefly explained the matter to Chang-I. Nuwa had set her eyes on Chang-I. As long as she was still a human, this marriage could not be cancelled. Then, there was no need to create estrangement because of a small matter. Then why did your majesty, hearing this, Chang-I asked hesitantly. Although she did not say it out loud, Feng Zichen understood what she wanted to ask. It was nothing more than knowing that there was a problem with Ho-I. Why did he still make things difficult for the witch tribe? Ha! I don't care why he is so presumptuous today. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't be able to raise his head in the untainted land in the future. With a smile, Feng Zichen said. Face was still very important in the untainted land. Alright, it's time for me to leave. After chatting with Chang-I for a while, Feng Zichen got up and left. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the day of Feng Zichen's wedding. On this day, Ao Shui came. Compared to before, she was much more haggard. The two of them met again and were speechless. Shui, you're here. After a long time, Feng Zichen broke the silence. Yes. I heard that you're getting married, so I came over to take a look. Nodding, Ao Shui said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart ached. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. You don't have to explain. Master has already told me the reason for this matter. After a moment, Ao Shui said. Master? Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. When did Ao Shui have a master? But immediately, he understood that this master was probably referring to Nuwa. He didn't know how Nuwa talked to the ancestral dragon, but Ao Shui became his disciple. His only disciple. Feng Zichen was about to say something when he suddenly saw a strange red light flash across Ao Shui's body. Then, his limbs became weak and he couldn't move. You're mine. Ao Shui walked to Feng Zichen's side, took off his clothes, and rolled onto the bed with him. Pure ignorance. After that, Ao Shui put on her clothes and said to Feng Zichen, who was still weak, I'll wait for you at the palace of Empress Hua. I'll wait for you to fulfill your previous promise. After saying that, Ao Shui turned around and left. Promise? After being stunned for a moment, Feng Zichen understood. Previously, he had promised Ao Shui that after the Lich and Demon calamity, he would officially propose marriage to the ancestral dragon and marry Ao Shui. Ao Shui had always remembered this matter in her heart. Chapter 448. Fellow Taoist, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. As a result, Ho Yi broke the rules and offended you. I hope you can forgive him. Not long after Ao Shui left, Dijiang, who had not appeared for a long time, finally came. As soon as he appeared, he did not give Feng Zichen a chance to blame him and directly apologized. It could be said that he had given Feng Zichen enough face. This attitude made it difficult for Feng Zichen to blame him. He could only keep the words that he had prepared in advance to blame him in his heart. Dijiang was also smart. He knew that Ho Yi would definitely deeply anger him if he came to snatch Feng Zichen's fiancée. Then, even if he went, Feng Zichen, who was in a towering rage, would probably not give him face and release Ho Yi. Since that was the case, he might as well not go. It would not be too late to go after Feng Zichen's anger subsided. Anyway, he would not kill Ho Yi. It was only right to let Ho Yi suffer a little and let Feng Zichen vent his anger. To be honest, when what Ho Yi had done was spread back to the wizard tribe, Dijiang's face turned green with anger. He could not figure out how Ho Yi would dare to go to the human race to snatch a marriage, and Feng Zichen's marriage. Did he really not take Feng Zichen seriously? He was a wizard, a teacher that Pangu had personally conferred and recognized by the wizard tribe. If Ho Yi was not a Khanate wizard with a noble status second only to the ancestral wizard, Dijiang would really want to slap him to death. Fellow Taoist, where is Ho Yi now? He dares to offend you like this. I will definitely punish him severely. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Zichen for a while, Dijiang finally told him the purpose of his visit. He wanted to take Ho Yi away. What he meant was, fellow Taoist, it's been so long. You've punished him and your anger should have subsided. Shouldn't you let him go? Even if your anger hasn't subsided, I'll take him back and punish him well. It'll be considered as appeasing you. It was not appropriate to keep suppressing the human race. Dao brother, you're exaggerating. I already know the reason this time. Ho Yi was also schemed against by others. He really can't be blamed. Feng Zichen did not want to ruin his relationship with the witch tribe over such a small matter. Since Dijiang gave him face, he took the opportunity to cover up this matter. However, the matter of Ho Yi being schemed against by Di Jun still had to be told to him. A scheme? What's going on? Hearing this, Dijiang could no longer sit still. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the matter caused by Ho Yi. Ho Yi was not a fool. How could he do such a brainless thing? There was clearly a problem. Taoist brother, please take a look. Feng Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He projected Ho Yi's current situation in front of Dijiang for him to see. At this moment, Ho Yi was exactly the same as when he was first suppressed. There was no change at all. His eyes were scarlet and his face was filled with madness. He wanted to devour someone. The time and space that belonged to him had been completely suppressed by the human Tao imperial court. As long as Feng Zichen did not remove the seal, Hou Yi would remain in his current state until the immeasurable calamity arrived. However, Dijiang's attention was clearly not on the power of the human Tao imperial court. Instead, it was focused on Hou Yi's scarlet eyes. That red was abnormally bright. The aura of lust inside circulated endlessly, evolving into all kinds of scenes of love between a man and a woman. It was so mesmerizing that one could not extricate themselves from it and completely sink into it. Love tribulation. Dijiang's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily. Hou Yi's current state was clearly that of someone who had fallen deeply into the love tribulation and could not extricate himself. The word love was the most hurtful. Primordial chaos was unharmed, but love hurt oneself. This was the injury that he had caused to himself. It was a wound on the great Tao, a wound on his Tao heart. It was the most serious and difficult to heal. The demons are really good. In a flash, Dijiang figured out the cause and effect. This was definitely done by the demons. This was because in the current world, only Nuwa and the demons who controlled Zhouxing could lure Daluo Jingxian into the love tribulation. Feng Zichen was Nuwa's face outside. Nuwa would definitely not scheme against him like this. The mastermind behind this matter was obvious. It was the demons. They had enough motives. Fellow Taoist, can Hou Yi be saved? After a moment, Dijiang asked Feng Zichen in a deep voice. He was deeply immersed in the love tribulation and his Tao heart had sunk. He really could not think of a way to save Hou Yi. He could only place his hopes on Feng Zichen. After all, Feng Zichen's wisdom was obvious to all. Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and said, if it's just the origin of the moon, after a period of time, my understanding of the path of innate yin and yang will improve. I will be able to remove the origin of the moon in Hou Yi's body and treat his injuries. However, the love tribulation on his body is more difficult to deal with. If it's an ordinary love tribulation, I might be able to sever his relationship by using the method of entering the Tao in dreams. However, Dijun had calculated everything and did not give outsiders a chance to help Hou Yi. I can't do it. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen sighed. Hou Yi was crippled. With Dijun's strength, even if the Magi used all their strength, they would not be able to protect Hou Yi. It would be easy to kill him. However, Dijun did not want to. He wanted to torture Hou Yi and make him suffer a fate worse than death to vent the hatred in his heart. However, this also meant that, the battle of the Magi was not far away. It was easy for Dijun to deal with Hou Yi, and it was also easy for Dijiang to deal with the demon god. In the past, both sides had their own scruples or because of their identities, so they would not attack the Daluo Jingxian of the two clans. But now, Dijun was the first to break the rules. He secretly attacked Hou Yi, a Khanate Magus who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint, and crippled him. Then Dijiang would not be polite. He would definitely attack the demon god who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint. In the future, the Daluo Jingxian of the two clans would be in danger. At this time, both sides were already unscrupulous. It was just a matter of who could not help but launch the final battle. Is there really no other way? Dijiang was a little confused, as if he could not accept this result. Hou Yi was the top combat strength of the Magi. He alone could fight several figures at the level of the 10 great demon gods. Losing him would be a huge loss to the Magi. It's not that there's no other way. Why don't we put Hou Yi's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle and let him experience 100 reincarnations? Maybe one of them can break through the love trial and return. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen suggested a solution that was not really a solution. This solution could be said to be half good and half bad. After 100 reincarnations, if Hou Yi could break through the love trial, not only would he recover from his injuries, but he would also be one step closer to becoming a quasi-saint. But if he could not break through, then it would be troublesome. He would probably sink forever until he was worn down by the reincarnation cycle. Golden immortals were immortal and indestructible, but the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a chaos supreme treasure after all. Its might was immeasurable, and its profundity was beyond imagination. Perhaps it could really wear down a golden immortal. After all, the essence of the chaos treasure had far surpassed that of a saint. No one knew what it would be like when it was fully unleashed. Let's do as you said and put Ho Yi's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle. After thinking, Di Jiang made up his mind. Ho Yi's appearance would be like sending himself to death if he participated in the battle between the Magi and the demons. It would be better to send him into the reincarnation cycle. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be that bad. There's no time to lose. I'll bring Ho Yi to Huta now. Di Jiang was also impatient. As soon as he made up his mind, he was about to take action. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ho Yi of the Human Dao Imperial Court. Rumble. The space-time sealed by the Human Dao Imperial Court shattered under Di Jiang's huge hand. Ho Yi was caught in his hand just like that. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He was even more shocked by Di Jiang's strength. Even if the Human Dao Imperial Court had not fully recovered, it was still a Khanate treasure. Under its suppression, even a quasi-saint would not be able to escape easily. But Di Jiang had rescued Ho Yi with just a slight shake, which was enough to show its strength. A casual attack could severely injure a quasi-saint. Half-origin. A proper half-step primordial chaos expert. Di Jiang's current strength was definitely not inferior to Di Jun's. It was the legendary half-origin realm and was not far from achieving the Tao. And all of this. It was all brought about by the Tao of gods and demons. According to the normal course of history, although Di Jiang was strong, he was only at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. He was far from being as strong as he was now. This made Feng Zichen very excited. The more he changed, the more changes there would be in the future of the primitive world. Anyone could seize the opportunity to transcend and not be manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Fellow Taoist, I can't attend your wedding. This is a congratulatory gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. I'll give it to you in advance. After rescuing Ho Yi, Di Jiang took out a jade box and handed it to Feng Zichen. Then he left. Ho Yi. Whether this is a calamity or a fortuitous opportunity, it all depends on your own fortune. Looking in the direction Di Jiang left, Feng Zichen was a little silent. With Di Jiang gone, there would be no Wu Gang in the future. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for Ho Yi. The wizard tribe has dominated the primitive world for many years. It can be said that they are very rich. The gift they sent must be extraordinary. At this time, Feng Zichen had time to look at the gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. In terms of wealth, Ancestor Hong Jun deserved to be the first in the primitive world. The second was between the wizard tribe and the demon tribe. In the primitive world, there were endless fortunes and countless natural treasures. No one would believe that the wizard tribe was poor. Hey! It's the natural Taoist jade. The wizard tribe is really rich. It's just a gift box, but it's made with a whole piece of natural Taoist jade. How extravagant! The natural Taoist jade was a special jade formed by the natural Taoist connotation. It contained the mystery of the great way of heaven and earth. It could help people understand the heaven and earth. It could also be branded with the Taoist connotation of the heaven and earth. It could even be refined into an acquired supreme treasure. The value of this item was no less than a congenital magic treasure. It could even be said that it was no less than an ordinary congenital spirit treasure. Its preciousness could be imagined. The jade box in Feng Zichen's hand was made with a large piece of natural Taoist jade. It could be refined into a good acquired supreme treasure. If it was stored in the chaos bead for a few hours, it might become a congenital spirit treasure. However, it was precisely this sort of treasure that was used as a storage container. Thus, the treasures inside must be even more precious. Chapter 449. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen could not wait to open the jade box. As this item was personally handed to Feng Zichen by Dijiang, there were no restrictions on the jade box. Feng Zichen opened the jade box easily. There was no shocking phenomenon, nor was there any abnormal fluctuation. There were 12 pearls lying quietly in the jade box, blooming slightly. Khanate pearls. These 12 pearls were the Khanate pearls. They were born with the Khanate Tao, and their bodies were surrounded by Khanate Tao. They were extraordinary. Their attributes were different. There were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, wind, rain, lightning, and poison. They corresponded to the attributes of the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them was a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. These were the Khanate spiritual treasures of the 12 ancestral witches. The Khanate spiritual pearls. The 12 ancestral witches were born holy and could be called the sons of Pangu. When they were born, they naturally had Khanate spiritual treasures. This was a necessary benefit for Khanate god-fiends. They had at least one Khanate spiritual treasure. Even if they were born without primordial spirits and could not use Khanate spiritual treasures, they were no exception. The Khanate spiritual pearls were the Khanate spiritual treasures formed when the 12 ancestral witches were born. The fragments of the chaos bead entangled with the origins of the 12 ancestral witches. It was the manifestation of their origins. Although its level was not high, it could help people comprehend the Tao and the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches. Good treasure. What a good treasure. Taking out the Khanate spiritual pearls, Feng Zichen's expression was slightly excited. Such a treasure was exactly what he lacked. Comprehending the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches was just a trivial matter to him. The fragments of the 12 chaos beads contained in it were the treasure that really moved him. When the Khanate spiritual pearls were combined, it would be a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. And swallowing a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, even if it was the chaos bead that had been promoted to a Khanate cardinal treasure, he would still gain a lot of benefits. Perhaps, an Khanate divine restriction would be born because of this. Come. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen directly took out the chaos bead and swallowed the Khanate spiritual pearls. Although supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures were precious, they were nothing compared to Khanate cardinal treasures. Losing a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure would allow the might of the Khanate cardinal treasure to improve further. No matter how one looked at it, it would not be a loss. Feng Zichen naturally knew what to do. One had to know that while Khanate spirit treasures had 9 innate divine seals, each innate divine seal was a grade. Khanate treasures with 46 innate divine seals were known as inferior-grade Khanate cardinal treasures. A Khanate treasure with 47 innate divine seals was known as a mid-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. By analogy, a Khanate Dharma treasure with 49 Khanate divine seals was the strongest Dharma treasure that could be nurtured in the prehistoric era, a supreme-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Anything that surpassed this limit would be the most powerful magic treasure known to man, the Chaos treasure. That was a treasure that could only be nurtured by the great Tao and the chaos outside the realm. The primordial world was far from being able to do that. The primal chaos bead was a Khanate cardinal treasure with 46 Khanate divine seals. It was classified as a lesser Khanate cardinal treasure. There was a huge gap between it and the 3 legendary Khanate cardinal treasures. Just like the Saint and Hung Jun. They seemed to be in the same realm, but the gap between them was huge. They were far from comparable. But now, after devouring the 12 Khanate spiritual pearls, the primal chaos bead had been further repaired. It had developed another Khanate divine seal and become a mid-grade Khanate cardinal treasure. Although it was still incomparable to the 3 great Khanate cardinal treasures, its power had been greatly increased. In the future, when Feng Zichen found more fragments of the primal chaos bead for it to devour, it would definitely be able to compete with it. As a chaos treasure, the primal chaos bead might not be inferior to Panga's axe. Indeed, the primal chaos bead was shattered by Panga's axe, but that did not mean that the primal chaos bead was inferior to Panga's axe. That was because Panga's axe was in Panga's hands. It had almost invincible strength. With just one strike, it had shattered the primal chaos bead. But if Pangu's axe was not in Pangu's hands, would he still be able to shatter the primal chaos bead? It was Pangu who had made Pangu's axe famous, not Pangu's axe Pangu. Without Pangu's axe, Pangu was still Pangu, invincible under the great Tao, the number one chaos fiend god. However, Pangu's axe was one of the 3 chaos treasures. It might not be stronger than the other 2 chaos treasures. Therefore, Feng Zichen firmly believed that as long as he could upgrade the primal chaos bead to the level of a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure, the 3 chaos bead would become the most powerful Khanate numinous treasure. It would become the second most powerful numinous treasure in the primordial world, second only to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. After all, the primal chaos bead was formed from the essence of the chaos bead. It was its foundation and had inherited all its abilities. As for the 3 chaos treasures, they were Khanate cardinal treasures formed from the chaos treasure Pangu's axe's essence after it shattered. They each inherited a portion of its power, but they were far from being comparable to the real Pangu's axe. In that case, the 3 chaos treasures were inferior to the primal chaos bead and the chaos green lotus of the same grade. It could be seen from their names. Pangu's banner, Taiji diagram, and primal chaos bead were no longer known as Pangu's axe. As for the other 2 chaos treasures, although they were more thoroughly shattered, their names were still preserved. This meant that they had the possibility of reappearing, but Pangu's axe did not. Boom! 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 After devouring the 12 Khanate pearls, the primal chaos bead underwent a shocking change. Countless mysterious runes were born from the void, densely packed and endless. They interweaved inside the primal chaos bead, forming a new Khanate divine restriction. At this moment, the primal chaos bead was upgraded from an inferior grade Khanate cardinal treasure to a middle grade Khanate cardinal treasure. The Tao light on its body became deeper and darker, like a black hole that devoured all the light around it. It made one feel as if they would sink into it and be swallowed by the endless primal chaos sea with just a glance. And this was only the external change. Inside the primal chaos bead, an even more intense change was happening. In the center of the primal chaos, the ancient door, the space-time door, became larger and clearer. It exuded an ancient aura, even more ancient than heaven and earth, as if it existed with the primal chaos. Wisps of purplish-black airflow surged out of the ancient door and wandered around the primal chaos space. Wherever it passed, the surrounding primal chaos chi seemed to have met a king and retreated, expressing their submission. Domineering. Incomparably domineering. Even more domineering than the primal chaos chi. This was a power that was higher than the primal chaos chi. It was the product of the combination of the power of the great Tao and the primal chaos chi. It had a power that was closer to the Tao. Such power was born in the depths of the primal chaos, the place where the great Tao lived in seclusion. That was the most sacred place in the world. The power of the great Tao was so majestic, unimaginable, and unsurpassable. It was truly omnipotent. Where the great Tao was, the primal chaos chi bathed in its power all year round. Of course, it would undergo a shocking change and become the power that was closest to the Tao. After the primal chaos bead was upgraded, the ancient door of primal chaos also rose in power. Its power was greatly increased, and it actually opened a passage that led to the depths of the primal chaos bead, stealing the power of the great Tao from there. Although it was only a trace, and it was not the purest power of the great Tao, it was still an extremely incredible thing. That was the power of the great Tao. Even if it was only a trace, it could still bring great benefits to people. Moreover, the power of the great Tao stolen by the door of primal chaos was more than a trace. It could only steal a trace at a time, but it was stealing this power all the time. In the long run, it would definitely be able to steal a lot of power of the great Tao for Feng Zichen. Regardless of whether it was used for cultivation or refining treasures, this energy was extremely valuable. In fact, if there was enough of this power, it might even be able to refine the Hongmeng purple gas or the origin of the great Tao. Of course, this required a lot of power. With the current speed of the door of primal chaos, it would not be enough even if it accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. However, the speed of the door of primal chaos stealing this power naturally would not remain unchanged. With the upgrade of the primal chaos bead, its power would definitely increase further. At that time, it would steal even more power of the Great Tao. Perhaps, the power of the Great Tao that it stole would be even purer and more advanced. It would not be like now, where other than a small part of the power of the Great Tao, there was also a large amount of primal chaos chi mixed in. Good. With this power, my foundation will definitely be greatly improved. After putting away the primal chaos bead, Feng Zichen still could not hide the excitement in his heart. Such an unforeseen event was something that he had not expected. His original intention was only to increase the power of the primal chaos bead so that he could better deal with the great calamity that would soon come. However, the outcome brought him a huge surprise. Feng Zichen did not need this item to increase his power. He was the great Taoist priests. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would be able to advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian at the fastest speed. However, he could use this power to refine treasures and innate spirit treasures. The Great Tao was omnipotent, so his power was naturally omnipotent. This power was higher than the primal chaos chi and contained the mighty power of the Great Tao. It had an incredible ability. If there were enough of it, it could even create things out of thin air and directly evolve into innate spirit treasures. Even if there were not enough of it, it could be supplemented by innate divine materials to refine innate spirit treasures. Innate divine materials were of the same origin as innate spirit treasures. Logically speaking, they should be able to refine innate spirit treasures. However, innate spirit treasures that were refined after birth had an additional trace of craftsmanship. It was far from being as natural as those that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. Just this trace of craftsmanship could distinguish between innate and innate spirit treasures. However, the mighty power of the Great Tao could eliminate this trace of craftsmanship, making the Dharma treasures refined by humans no different from the Dharma treasures that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. With this, one could refine innate spirit treasures. Go! After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen threw the jade box made of innate Tao jade into the chaos bead, allowing it to absorb the mighty power of the Great Tao to its heart's content. Although the mighty power of the Great Tao was powerful, the mighty power of the Great Tao that he obtained was obviously not pure. It still had some ability, so he had to test it out personally. He threw the jade box in because he wanted to see what stage the mighty power of the Great Tao in the chaos bead could raise it to. If it was an innate spirit treasure, this power was worth paying attention to. If it was only an innate spirit treasure, then this power would be of little use. It was better to save it up. When there were more of it, he would calculate it. After doing all this, Feng Zichen put on the wedding robe that Nuwa had carefully prepared for him and strode out. After delaying for so long, the day of the wedding was right in front of him. It was time for him to go out and meet the guests. The auspicious time has arrived. Bow! In the ancestral temple of the human race, the ritual officer calculated the time and shouted loudly. Then, Feng Zichen and Cheng Yi bowed according to the instructions. First, they bowed respectfully to the heavens and earth to show the kindness of the heavens and earth. Then, they bowed to Nuwa to thank Nuwa for her kindness of creating the human race. Finally, the two of them bowed to each other to show mutual respect. After the ceremony, the human path manifested. Golden clouds filled the world, turning into a bright golden glow that draped over the two of them, making them look exceptionally noble. This was the protection of the human path. From then on, the two of them were invincible. After the human path manifested a miracle, the heavenly path manifested as well. Above the sky, auspicious clouds gathered, auspicious chi fell, and boundless golden light appeared. That was the black-yellow merit. After the two of them finished the ceremony, it was a sign that they were married. The Xianhuang merit points naturally descended. Rumble. Vast amounts of merit fell from the 9 heavens. Although it was less than 1,000th of a sage's Tao, it could not be underestimated. With a whistling sound, it poured into the two of them. Feng Zichen was fine. He was powerful and not a quasi-sage, but he was better than a quasi-sage. The chi of merit that entered his body was completely inadequate and of little help to him. With a thought, Xiaoqin put away the chi of virtue, saving it for his own use. But Chang Yi was different. Her cultivation in her previous life had been sealed by someone. Now, she had just entered the Tai Jingxian realm. When the chi of merit entered her body, before she could react, it all turned into cultivation and began to improve her realm. In an instant, Chang Yi's realm began to soar rapidly. Middle Tai Jingxian, late Tai Jingxian. In a few breaths, she had improved to the perfected Tai Jingxian realm, and it was still improving rapidly. Boom! Finally, with a loud boom, Chang Yi seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. She transcended from the river of destiny and came to the river of time and space. At this moment, she had become Daluo Jingxian. The merit of marriage directly raised Chang Yi's realm from Tai Jingxian to Daluo Jingxian, becoming an expert of the primitive world in one fell swoop. Fortunately, although Chang Yi's true spirit had been sealed, her essence would not change. She was still in the quasi-sage realm, a supreme expert who had begun to transcend the river of time and space. Now that she had become Daluo Jingxian again, it was just recovering her cultivation. It would not cause any damage to her foundation, nor would there be any drawbacks. It would not affect her combat strength. Directly using merit to improve one's cultivation might have undetectable drawbacks. But using merit to recover one's cultivation was completely harmless. If the human body was compared to a cup, increasing one's realm meant increasing the capacity of the cup to accommodate more power. Naturally, one had to be very careful and not make the slightest mistake. And recovering one's cultivation was like pouring water into a cup. One only needed to crazily absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This was much simpler, and there were not so many scruples. Black-yellow merit was a kind of energy of heaven and earth, and it was one of the highest powers. Chapter 450. Using it to recover one's cultivation was naturally beneficial and not harmful at all. It was just a little extravagant. However, for the current Chang Yi, recovering her cultivation was the most important thing. Being a little extravagant was nothing. Boom! After her strength reached the level of Daluo Jingxian, the innate true spirit in Chang Yi's body was awakening. The power that belonged to Wang Shu began to recover, trying to break through the seal set by Di Jun and the others and descend into the world again. Unfortunately, the seal that suppressed Wang Shu's innate undying true spirit was set up by Di Jun, Fuxi, and Wang Shu together. How strong were these three gods? Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The seal that they set up together could not be broken without the help of a saint. And Chang Yi's current strength was only at the level of Daluo. How could she break it? Therefore, the power that belonged to Wang Shu, just as it showed signs of recovery, was suppressed by the seal left behind by Di Jun and the others without any resistance. It continued to lurk, waiting for the next recovery. Who is it? The moment the marriage was completed, Di Jun flew into a rage in the Lingshao Hall above the heavenly court. His majestic divine consciousness surged out and swept across the entire untainted land. Those who married 3 times discussed the secrets of heaven and earth and described the Tao of Yin and Yang. It was the creation of all living beings. The combination of Yin and Yang gave birth to creation and then gave birth to all living beings, bringing endless vitality to the untainted land. This was called endless creation. Those who could marry 3 times were all people favored by heaven and earth and had the bearing of a celestial emperor. Otherwise, how could they be qualified to represent heaven and earth to explain the creation of Yin and Yang? Just like Di Jun, as a celestial emperor, he could marry people according to the heavenly Tao. The person who married people must be a figure born from the Tao. As the lord of all living beings, he could shake his position as a celestial emperor. In this case, How could Dijun not be angry? When a celestial emperor was angry, heaven and earth changed colors. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly became incomparably oppressive, and a murderous intent filled the air. All the living beings in the untainted land felt an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts at the same time. It was as if they were facing a terrifying demon god. An unbearable pressure hit their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! Dijun's divine consciousness descended from the 9 heavens. An unparalleled power erupted, distorting space-time and even interfering with the operation of heaven and earth. In a place where no one could see, Dijun's spiritual sense seemed to have transcended time and space, standing at the end of time and space, overlooking the passage of time. In a trance, time paused at this moment. At this moment, everything that had happened in the untainted land was clearly reflected in Dijun's mind. Feng Zichen. Do you know that you're courting death? In an instant, Dijun found the source of everything, the human Feng Zichen. In the next moment, boundless killing intent gushed out from Dijun's body, shattering the boundless void as it pounced towards Feng Zichen. On the shore of the East Sea, the boundary that Nuwa had set up to protect the human race seemed to have lost its effect under Dijun's power. That boundless killing intent directly ignored Nuwa's enchantment and enveloped everyone at the wedding venue. How terrifying! What a terrifying killing intent! What's going on with this suffocating feeling? In an instant, everyone felt the surrounding temperature plummet, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This was a chill that came from the soul, causing great fear and the shadow of death to loom over their hearts. Fortunately, although Nuwa's enchantment seemed useless, it was still somewhat useful. After passing through Nuwa's enchantment, Dijun's killing intent had weakened layer by layer and was much weaker than before. Otherwise, everyone present, except for Daluo Jingxian, would have been wiped out by Dijun's killing intent. How could it be like now? Apart from feeling fear, there was nothing abnormal. Dijun was just this powerful. Humph. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, Feng Zichen couldn't help but snort coldly. An invisible force erupted, shaking the void and forming ripples, shattering Dijun's killing intent. Although Dijun was strong, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Zichen with just a strand of killing intent. Not to mention him, even a saint couldn't do it. Therefore, Feng Zichen easily shattered Dijun's killing intent. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? After doing all this, Feng Zichen asked in a deep voice. Dijun was the celestial emperor personally conferred by the Tao ancestor and had obtained the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Even a saint would have to address him as, Your Majesty, to show respect. Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. In the sky above the East Sea, Dijun's shadow silently appeared. He stared coldly at Feng Zichen and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he said silently, You're very good. Primordial Sword Ancestor, Sorcerer of the Witch Race, Great Taoist Priests Pangu, Human Emperor Zichen Clan. I admit that I underestimated you previously. I didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion. There's a faint trend of shaking my position. But from now on, I won't. You've succeeded in attracting my attention. Humph. After saying that, Dijun didn't make a move. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual will. This made Feng Zichen, who was secretly vigilant, let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he was no match for Dijun at all. Although he was the great Taoist priests and Daluo Jingxian was invincible, Dijun's realm was half-step primordial chaos. He had long surpassed the scope of Daluo Jingxian and mastered incredible power. He could subvert cognition and distort concepts. Don't underestimate this half-step. This was the gap between heaven and earth. This was an insurmountable gap. One was to prove the Tao and verify the Tao. The other was to achieve the Tao and be the Tao. Their strength couldn't be compared. Feng Zichen could roughly guess the reason why Dijun didn't make a move today. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in killing him, but that he didn't have the courage to fight an all-out war with the witch race. He didn't want to offend Nuwa, who was behind him. After all, Feng Zichen was also a sorcerer of the witch race. Nuwa was the face of the primordial world. If Di Jun attacked him, the 12 ancestral sorcerers wouldn't sit back and watch. Nuwa wouldn't sit back and watch. In this way, the range of the impact would be wide. If things went wrong, it might trigger the great battle of the liches in advance. And Di Jun would never allow such a thing to happen. The current demon race was not prepared to fight an all-out war with the witch race. If they fought rashly, the chances of winning were not very high. Moreover, even if they could win, the price was not something that the current demon race could bear. Thinking of this, Di Jun retreated and didn't kill Feng Zichen. He didn't kill him today for a better future. When the demon race defeated the witch race, a mere Taoist priest would be nothing. Phew! Di Jun's retreat not only made Feng Zichen heave a sigh of relief, but also made everyone present heave a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge stone hanging in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground. Di Jun had put too much pressure on them. The feeling of not being in control of life and death was even more unforgettable. Speaking of which, most of the people present had grown up listening to the legend of Di Jun. They had lived under his majesty since they were young. It was inevitable that they were afraid of him. The Celestial Emperor is still so terrifying. At this moment, not only the people at the wedding venue, but also the countless living beings in the primordial world once again felt the power of the Celestial Emperor. After all, Di Jun's killing intent was earth-shattering. The entire primordial world was alarmed. Countless living beings prostrated themselves under his majesty and trembled. The scene was too terrifying. Who wouldn't be afraid? Ever since the birth of the 6 saints, the Celestial Emperor's majesty had been declining day by day. As a result, many people of the new generation did not take the Celestial Emperor seriously and thought that in the primordial world, the saints were the most powerful. But today, Di Jun had used his invincible strength to tell the world that he was not a match for Yi Qingtang. The primordial world was still his world. Even if the saints were in the world, they could not shake his position. Your Majesty is invincible. The Heavenly Court. The 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 palaces. As well as Zhouxing and hundreds of millions of small stars. Above them, the demon race living among them suddenly let out the most pious cry after feeling Di Jun's majesty. Di Jun was their faith. Although they didn't know why Di Jun was angry, this didn't stop them from expressing the excitement in their hearts. The moment he made a move, he suppressed the entire primordial world. With such powerful strength, how many people in the world could be a match for him? They were cheering for Di Jun's strength. Your Majesty is invincible. Your Majesty is invincible. At first, this cry only spread in the heavenly court and the sea of stars. But as the cry spread, it spread wider and wider, and the voice became louder and louder. Gradually, it connected and resounded throughout the entire starry sky. Then, it spread out from the starry sky and resounded in the sky above the primordial world, ringing in the ears of all living beings. Celestial Emperor. In a trance, the image of a majestic emperor seemed to appear in the hearts of all living beings. It was incomparably domineering, incomparably precious, and shook people's hearts. Ancient memories were awakening. The scene of the Celestial Emperor suppressing the primordial world in the past appeared in the hearts of all living beings again, making them understand. This primordial world was still the primordial world. The liches were the true masters of the world. They had always been so and had never changed. Even the appearance of a saint could not change this point. It did not shake their rule. It had to be said that although Di Jun did not get rid of the trouble of Feng Zichen this time, it had really intimidated all living beings in the primordial world. It made them feel the majesty of the heavenly court again and put away the thoughts that they should not have. Although Di Jun had left, the atmosphere at the wedding venue could no longer return to the previous cheerful atmosphere. After all, Feng Zichen had offended the Celestial Emperor. For a moment, the hearts of everyone present wavered. Other than the hardcore allies of the human race, many people had the intention to leave. In recent years, the human race had become more and more powerful. Therefore, when Feng Zichen got married, other than the allies of the human race, many of the surrounding races also sent people to congratulate him. According to their original intention, they had only come to congratulate him. Who knew that such a huge change would happen at the scene? This was unbearable. If the Celestial Emperor remembered them and thought that they were allies of the human race, he would destroy them. That would be terrible. Regret. Extreme regret. If they had known that the human emperor and the Celestial Emperor had a grudge, they would not have come to join in the fun. Their relationship with the human race was not so good that they would live and die together. Everyone. The human race has the protection of the Nuwa. Although the Celestial Emperor is strong, the Empress is not weak either. In the end, he has to care about the Empress's face and will not go too far. Seeing everyone's expressions, Feng Zichen naturally guessed their thoughts. He could not help but stand up and speak loudly. Yes. Yes. Not to mention that the Nuwa is a saint. Even when the demon race was first established, the Empress was once the demon emperor and was as respected as His Majesty. The Celestial Emperor will not go too far. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Otherwise, why would the Celestial Emperor retreat? Wouldn't it be fine if he just crushed the human emperor to death? With this thought in mind, they put their hearts back into their stomachs and continued to drink and have fun. If Feng Zichen had talked about other saints, everyone might not have been so polite. However, Nuwa was different. Back then, in order to expand the influence of the demon race, Di Jun specially invited Nuwa and Fushi to join the demon race at the beginning of the demon race's establishment. They were known as the 4 emperors of the demon race in history. After that, the heavenly court was established. Fushi was worried that a place like the heavenly court, where karma was entangled, would drag down Nuwa and prevent her from becoming a saint. Therefore, Fushi stepped forward bravely and used his heaven-defying divine ability to attribute all the karma between Nuwa and the demon race to himself. This allowed Nuwa to be able to escape and completely sever her relationship with the demon race so that she could become a saint in peace. However, although Nuwa had left the demon race, she still had a lot of influence on the demon race. In addition, Fushi was still in the demon race. It could be said that Nuwa was still one of the overlords of the demon race and had great power in the demon race. The demon refining gourd was in Nuwa's hands. If you're disobedient, do you want to go in and try? Of course, this was under the premise that it did not involve Di Jun. He still respected Nuwa very much. However, if he touched Di Jun's foundation, not to mention Nuwa, even Fushi would not be able to do it. He would still make a move when he had to. For example, just now, the coast of the East Sea was enveloped by Nuwa's barrier. If Di Jun really cared about Nuwa, how could he brazenly make a move? It could be seen that, for Nuwa's face, it might not be very useful to Di Jun. However, Di Jun knew this, Nuwa knew it, and Feng Zichen also knew it. However, the guests below did not know it. This did not prevent Feng Zichen from fooling them. Feng Zichen was also very helpless. Today was his big day. If the wedding was halfway through and everyone left, then he would lose a lot of face today. Left with no other choice, Feng Zichen could only come up with this plan to make everyone stay. At this moment, even if someone saw through it, they would not leave. That was because there was another meaning in Feng Zichen's words. You don't dare to offend Di Jun, but do you dare to offend Nuwa? Therefore, it was best to stay and attend the wedding in peace. A Khanate god-fiend born from the origin of creation. This Pangus Zichen clan is really lucky to be able to find such a woman to marry. How enviable! In the void, streams of ancient spirit wills were colliding and communicating with one another. These were the great magicians of the primordial world. Whether it was the appearance of a human marriage or Di Jun's attack, they were all worthy of their attention. Therefore, after Di Jun stopped, they deliberately cast their gazes and secretly observed the main character of this event. Of course, they were no stranger to Feng Zichen. Chang Yi, on the other hand, shocked them. This was another Khanate god fiend that had never appeared before, and it was a Khanate god fiend born from the origin of creation. How strange! In the primordial world, although there were many Khanate god fiends, they referred to ordinary Khanate god fiends. Top Khanate god fiends like Kuan Pengjin Yuanzi were still very rare. Every Khanate god fiend with such aptitude was worth paying attention to. In the future, they might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Fortunately, Goddess Nuwa made preparations in advance. Otherwise, it would be dangerous today. Feeling the gazes focused on the two of them, Feng Zichen frowned, but he could not help but secretly rejoice. Long ago, Nuwa had expected such a situation. She deliberately tampered with Chang Yi and used the origin of creation to conceal Chang Yi's true identity. Otherwise, Chang Yi's true identity would not be hidden from the eyes of these old fellows. Then, Feng Zichen was in big trouble. Taking a Khanate god fiend with the creation attribute and marrying an ancient moon god with the fate of empress were obviously two different concepts. No matter how tolerant Di Jun was, he probably could not tolerate her. Fortunately, Nuwa's understanding of the Tao of creation was extremely deep and could be said to be the best in the primordial world. She personally covered up Chang Yi, and it was almost fake. There were no more than 3 people in the primordial world who could see through it. Speaking of which, Nuwa and Fushi were clearly Khanate god fiends born from the Tao of Yin and Yang, but they each broke their own boundaries and walked their own paths. One achieved the Tao through creation, and the other achieved the Tao through the Khanate 8 trigrams. It was amazing. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Zichen firmly believed that Nuwa was not simple. People said that although Nuwa was the first of the 6 saints to achieve the Tao, her strength was the weakest among the saints because she relied too much on merit. In Feng Zichen's opinion, this was undoubtedly very funny. Not to mention that among the 6 saints, which one of them did not achieve the Tao through merit? Just the fact that Nuwa had walked her own path early was enough to prove her extraordinariness. Those who underestimated her would pay the price in the end. The merit obtained from creating a human was merit, but the merit obtained from establishing a sect was not merit. The 6 saints of the primordial world all became saints by virtue, without exception. Among them, Nuwa became a saint by completing the human path. Therefore, she had been enlightened by the human path. Her foundation was so deep that it was far from the 5 saints who established sects to become saints. In the primordial world, only Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who had been enlightened by the heavenly path, and goddess Hudu, who had been enlightened by the earth path, could be on par with her. Nuwa's strength was definitely top-notch among the saints. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. Sun Star, Sun Temple. After returning here, Di Jun could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and could not help but roar loudly. Bastard! What a bastard! This was the birthplace of Di Jun and Tai. It was also the ancestral land of the Golden Crow clan. It was also the supreme holy land of the Demon clan. Few outsiders could set foot in it. Therefore, only here could Di Jun roar loudly without caring about his image and vent the anger in his heart to his heart's content. Thus, he did not have to worry about being discovered by outsiders and damaging the dignity of the Celestial Emperor. Big brother, why are you so angry? Although Feng Zichen's status is noble, he is just a Daluo Jingxian. Even if he is invincible in this realm, he is still a Daluo Jingxian. As long as he does not exceed this range, he is just a slightly bigger ant to us 2 brothers. When you and I take that crucial step, no matter if he is the sword ancestor or the great Taoist priests, we can destroy him with a flick of our fingers. There is no need to take it to heart. On the other side, after Di Jun vented the anger in his heart, Tai came forward and advised. From his words, he did not take Feng Zichen seriously at all. It was as if he was not talking about some great medium of the untainted land, but some other ant. However, he was Tai, the top expert of the untainted land, the real #1 person of the demon clan. He was even stronger than Di Jun and Fushi. Others were not qualified to look down on Feng Zichen, but he was. Although his cultivation had not reached the level of Daluo Jingxian, his strength had long reached this realm. In front of him, Daluo Jingxian was indeed not much different from an ant. Only a half-step primordial chaos expert was worthy of his scorn. As the great Taoist priests, Feng Zichen was naturally an extremely powerful existence in the eyes of Daluo Jingxian. However, in the eyes of a half-step primordial chaos overlord, he was nothing. Without personally touching the realm of the primordial chaos Dao realm, one would never know the power of that realm. It was the Dao, the truth, and the law. Its power was endless and contained everything. The current untainted land was different from the untainted land in Feng Zichen's memory. Its overall strength had improved by a level. Experts of the great perfection of the sage-to-be were no longer the peak below the saint. Above them, there was the existence of half-step primordial chaos. This was the current peak of the untainted land. However, it might not be long before half-step primordial chaos experts were eliminated. This was because Di Jun, Tai, Dijiang, and the leaders of the shaman and demon clans were about to take the last half-step and cultivate to the primordial chaos Dao realm, which was comparable to the saints. At that time, the saying that the saints were invincible would really become a legend. Sigh. Originally, after Feng Zichen became the great Taoist priests, he should have been the strongest existence below the saints. However, under his manipulation, the strength of the untainted land had been promoted as a whole. As a result, although his strength was strong, he was far from being invincible. He was still suppressed by others. Fate was playing tricks on people. This was nothing more than that. Second brother, you don't understand. Shaking his head, Di Jun replied. I don't understand. I don't understand again. Or is big brother worried that he will be one step ahead of the two of us and become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian before us? Seeing Di Jun like this, Tai felt a little sad. Ever since the fall of the 9 golden crows, Di Jun's invincible Dao heart had been flawed. He was no longer as great as before. Therefore, when he spoke, he could not help but have a hint of provocation, trying to reawaken Di Jun's ambition. Sure enough, although the provocation was simple, it was extremely useful. After listening to Tai's provocation, Di Jun's eyes could not help but turn cold. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? If it weren't for the witch race and fellow Daoist Nuwa, I could kill him with one finger. As if he was very dissatisfied with Tai's words, Di Jun's tone could not help but carry a trace of displeasure, and the aura on his body was released. Boom! At this moment, Di Jun's aura was like a rainbow. The aura of the Emperor was vast and mighty. The aura of the Celestial Emperor was completely displayed. It suppressed the universe and swept across the myriad worlds. However, there was no joy in Tai's heart, only sadness. He could not go back. He really could not go back. Di Jun was no longer the Di Jun from before. If it were in the past, when Tai used such a shallow provocation, Di Jun would only laugh it off. He would not have such a big reaction like today. Chapter 451. There was indeed a problem with Di Jun's Taoist heart. Of course, this was not necessarily a bad thing for Di Jun. As the saying goes, there can be no construction without destruction. When Di Jun's Taoist heart completely recovered, it would be the time for him to become the primordial Daluo Jingxian. However, if Di Jun's Taoist heart could not recover, then he would not have the chance to become the primordial Daluo Jingxian in this lifetime. The primordial chaos was about the great Tao being as one and the Taoist heart being perfect and flawless. If one's Taoist heart was damaged, it was already very good to be able to maintain his current strength. It was impossible to hope to take another step forward. Di Jun's anger seemed to be nothing, but the impact was not small. He was the master of the Sun Star, and his every move was in accordance with the sun star. His aura suddenly erupted, and the sun star immediately reacted. Endless heat waves swept out, shocking the entire starry sky. Looking up from the primitive land, one would only feel that the sun was even more dazzling. However, the demons living in the boundless starry sky were firmly affected. They felt that the surrounding yang energy suddenly rose, and a terrifying high temperature attacked, burning everything like a furnace. For a moment, most of the demon warriors could not help but tremble in fear. They did not know who had angered His Majesty, causing him to be furious. "Big brother, calm down." There were thousands of thoughts in his heart, but Tai Yi did not show any of them. He stepped forward and came to Di Jun's side to calm him down. "Little brother, your method of goading me into action isn't very clever. However, it is extremely useful." At this moment, Di Jun suddenly calmed down and said to Tai Yi with a smile. With the change in Di Jun's mood, the restlessness of the sun star gradually subsided, and the boundless starry sky regained its tranquility. After all, it was the place where he was born. Returning here, Di Jun's heart seemed to have been baptized. There was a mysterious force protecting him, removing all negative effects for him. "Big brother, has your Taoist heart recovered?" Seeing the change in Di Jun, Tai Yi was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. At this moment, Di Jun was what Di Jun should be like in his heart. Confident, flamboyant, fierce. "No. It's just that after returning here, the power of the sun has been added to my body, temporarily suppressing the negative effects brought about by the loss of my Tao heart." Shaking his head, Di Jun said in a deep voice. Ever since the fall of the 9 golden crows, this was the first time he had returned to his birthplace. He didn't expect such a wonderful change to occur that could suppress all negative emotions. "Don't worry." Here, Di Jun felt extremely relieved. It was this feeling that made him temporarily put down the pain of losing his son, and his wounded heart was comforted. "Oh." The Sun God Temple has such a function. It seems that we still don't know enough about our birthplace. Tai Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was the first time they had discovered that the Sun God Temple had such a function. In the past, the Sun God Temple's function was to gather the power of the sun. This was naturally very important at the beginning of their cultivation. It could speed up their cultivation. However, after they became Daluo Jingxian, they no longer needed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Sun God Temple's effect on them became negligible. Other than having some commemorative significance, it didn't have much value. However, the sun star was formed by Panga's left eye. How could the Khanate temple that was born in it be so simple? Of course, there were endless mysteries. It was just that Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the others didn't discover it. Or rather, there was some unknown power that suppressed the magic of the Sun God Temple and prevented outsiders from discovering it. However, treasures wouldn't be covered in dust forever. There would eventually be a time when they would reveal themselves. Di Jun, Tai Yi's death was imminent. As their common mother, the sun star couldn't bear to see her child die. Driven by instinct, she activated the Sun God Temple and reproduced the power of this supreme treasure. The power of the sun star spread throughout the primordial world and the myriad worlds. How great was that? Even a saint couldn't compare to it. If she wanted to activate a supreme treasure, who could stop her? Even the power that suppressed the Sun God Hall was unable to contend against the might of the sun star. It dispersed in an instant. That was why Di Jun's Tao heart was awakened. There's no hurry to investigate the Sun God Temple. It's here anyway. Can it run away? The most important thing now is to break through to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Only by stepping into this realm can our demon race have the capital to defeat the Magi. Otherwise, who can compete with the Lady of Earth among the demon race? Thinking of the Lady of Earth, Di Jun couldn't help but feel a little heavy. She was a true saint. If she interfered in the battle between the Magi and the demons, there would be many variables in this battle. Although if Di-jun asked Nuwa to deal with the Lady of Earth using their relationship with the demons back then, Nuwa would definitely not refuse. However, it was not Di-jun's character to place his hopes on others. If his hopes were not on himself, it would always make him feel uneasy. Therefore, it was better to place his hopes on himself. In the end, people still had to rely on themselves. Breaking through to the primordial chaos was the only way Di-jun could think of to deal with the Lady of Earth with his own strength. The primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was a realm that was comparable to a saint. Other than not being able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, there was almost no difference between him and a saint. This was the true capital to compete with a saint. That's right. Only by becoming the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian can our demon race defeat the Magi. Nodding, Tai Yi said with a solemn expression. The shaman tribe was too blessed by the heavens. As a race formed from Pangu's bloodline, other than being tainted by the baleful aura of the heavens, they did not have any flaws. They could be said to be perfect. The demon race could not compare to them. It could be said that since the birth of the demon race, they had been suppressed by the Magi. Even if the demon race occupied Zhousing, occupied the heaven realm, and established the heavenly court, they only had the capital to compete with the Magi. They could not win the battle and were still at a disadvantage. Since the Sun God Temple can suppress the injuries on my Tao heart, I'll cultivate in seclusion here and strive to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm as soon as possible. With a thought, Di-jun made a decision. If he wanted to recover his Tao heart and break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in the shortest time possible, he could only do it here. In other places, although Di-jun was confident that he could reach the primordial chaos Tao realm, it would take a long time. Now, the great battle between the Magi and the demon race was imminent. What the demon race lacked the most was time. Di-jun could not delay. Oh. Don't worry, big brother. Just cultivate in seclusion. I'm about to break through too. When the time comes, you and I will reach the Tao together. If word gets out, it will be a good story. It's just a pity that fellow Taoist Fushi hasn't accumulated enough. He's still quite a distance away from becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. I'm afraid he won't be able to break through before the battle between the Magi and the demon race. Seeing Di-jun like this, Tai Yi was naturally happy. However, when he thought of Fushi, he felt that it was a pity. In terms of aptitude, they were all Khanate saints. Fushi was not inferior to the two brothers. In terms of status, the three of them were all the three emperors of the demon race. The difference in status was not big. However, even so, Di-jun, Tai Yi, and Tai Yi were still a step away from reaching the primordial chaos Tao realm. As for Fushi, he was still quite a distance away. He was far inferior to the two of them. The reason was because of the difference in birth. Di-jun and Tai Yi were born on the sun star. It could be said that they were born from the top of the primordial world. Even the three pure ones could not compare to them. The light of the sun shone on the primordial world, bringing endless vitality to the earth. This was an immeasurable amount of merit. Moreover, as long as the sun was not extinguished, the merit would not be cut off. As for Di-jun and Tai Yi, they were born to enjoy this merit. This was the real reason why they could become celestial emperors. If they wanted to become celestial emperors, they would need to be extremely lucky. Only an existence like the sun star, which was blessed by the entire primordial world, could support it. With the protection of the sun star, no matter how great Di-jun and Tai Yi's achievements were, it would not be surprising. It could be said that the two of them could cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian while lying down. However, this would take a long time. As for Fushi, he was born in the Qifeng mountain. Although it could be called a top grotto heaven in the primordial world, it was far from being comparable to the sun star. This caused the gap between him and Di-jun, Tai Yi, and Tai Yi. He was born this way. What could he do? In terms of background, there were not many people in the primordial world who could compare to Di-jun and Tai Yi. With Fushi's talent, if the battle between the Lich and the demon race could be delayed by a few hours, he might be able to cultivate to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, there was really not enough time. This could only be said to be Fushi's bad luck. Sigh. Everyone has their own fate. Fellow Daoist Fushi doesn't have this luck. There's nothing we can do. Dijun was very open-minded about this matter. Ever since Fushi joined the demon race, he had never mistreated Fushi. Whatever the two brothers had, he would definitely give Fushi a share to prevent him from being unhappy. Even so, Fushi could not cultivate to the primordial chaos Dao realm. It could only be said that his fate was not enough. Big brother, what are you talking about? If fellow Daoist Fushi also reaches the primordial chaos Dao realm, wouldn't we have a higher chance of winning against the witch race? Dijun's attitude vaguely made Tai Yi a little unhappy. He knew that Dijun did not like Nuwa and Fushi very much. If not for the fact that the witch race was so powerful that the two brothers could not compete with them, Dijun would not have invited Fushi and Nuwa to join the demon race, nor would he have given them such a high status. This was because he had no choice but to use their strength to fight against the witch race. However, it was true that the existence of Nuwa and Fushi had taken away Dijun's power. This made him very unhappy. Perhaps this was the nature of an emperor. He had an abnormal passion for power. However, it would have been fine if it had been any other time. However, now that the demon race was on the verge of extinction, it was a little too much for Dijun to still be like this. One had to know that Fushi had contributed greatly to the demon race being where they were today. Brother, you worry too much. When you and I become primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, there will be no suspense in the battle between the witch race and the demon race. Our demon race will definitely win. At that time, fellow Daoist Fushi might be able to achieve the Dao in one fell swoop with the momentum of a great victory. Dijun smiled and said nonchalantly. In the future, there was no need for Fushi. The two brothers were enough for the demon race. Fushi was a little redundant. He could use this opportunity to get rid of Fushi. After all, the demon race still needed Fushi's help in the past. But now, he was not so important. The demon race. They had already passed the most difficult time. If the demon race defeated the witch race, they would become the only protagonist of the world. Dijun would also become the true number one person in the primordial world. Tai Yi was his only younger brother. He could share the glory with him and be respected as the East Emperor. But Fushi was an outsider. Why should he be respected as him? Wasn't this annoying? Moreover, Fushi was backed by Nuwa. This was even more intolerable for Dijun. The combined influence of the two of them was already enough to shake Dijun's rule. As the emperor, how could he tolerate such a thing to happen? Therefore, Fushi had to die, and he had to die in the hands of the witch race. This way, he would be able to arouse Nuwa's anger and make her attack the witch race without caring about anything. Then, the demon race's chances of winning would undoubtedly be greater. Using his own death to achieve the hegemony of the demon race. How magnificent! How magnificent! This could also be considered Emperor Shi's final contribution to the demon race. Thinking of this, Dijun glanced at Tai Yi and could not help but shake his head. This younger brother of his was still too sentimental. But if Fushi did not die, the demon race would always have hidden dangers. Other than Fushi's plan, Dijun did not plan to tell Tai Yi or anyone else. Firstly, he knew that Tai Yi and Fushi had a good relationship. If he told Tai Yi about this plan, he would definitely stop him. Secondly, Fushi was a grand master of divination. If he secretly schemed against him, it would be fine if he thought about it. If he said it out loud, he would definitely sense it and create variables. Second brother, let's not talk about Fushi. You, on the other hand, big brother, you should really apologize. If you weren't dragged down by me, with your talent, it would be easy for you to reach the primordial chaos path realm. Surpassing the saint would only be a matter of time. Now that you are being suppressed by the saint, it is all my fault. Seeing that Tai Yi still wanted to say something, Di Jun hurriedly changed the topic. If they kept talking about Fushi like this, it was very likely that they would be sensed by him. They had to be on guard. However, these words were indeed spoken by Di Jun from the bottom of his heart. Tai Yi, Tai, meant big. One, meant one of Dao begets one. From this name, one could tell how extraordinary Tai Yi was. He was the existence with the best aptitude in the primordial world after Dao ancestor Hongjun. In the era when Dao ancestor did not appear, Tai Yi was the number one in the primordial world. Even the three pure ones did not dare to compete with him. Even without the Hongmeng purple chi, it would be easy for him to reach the primordial chaos path realm. But he did not. Because he joined the heavenly court. The heavenly court was the place with the most karma in the primordial world. A long time ago, Tai Yi's realm had already risen to the primordial chaos path realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the two of them alone when he was guiding them to become saints. However, due to the burden of the heavenly court, the karma on his body was entangled. He was unable to take the last half step and reach the realm that was comparable to saints. Only then was he surpassed by the 6 saints step by step. Di Jun was not wrong when he said that it was all his fault that Tai Yi could not reach the primordial chaos path realm. That was the truth. It was also what Di Jun felt guilty about. Chapter 452. If he had known that the heavenly court would drag down Tai Yi's cultivation, Di Jun would not have let Tai Yi join the heavenly court no matter what. His original intention of establishing the heavenly court was to gather the providence of heaven and earth to assist the two of them in their cultivation. However, things did not go as he wished. He did gain benefits, but Tai Yi did not. Di Jun regretted it. Without the heavenly court, Tai Yi would have attained the Dao early on, primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Even if he was not as fast as the 6 saints, he would not be much slower. He would not be farther and farther away like today. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another. Especially for people with outstanding talent like them, if they were one step slower, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Unfortunately, when Di Jun realized this, it was already too late. The karma between Tai Yi and the heavenly court had long been entangled. It was almost impossible for him to escape and leave. He could only brace himself and continue forward. Nuwa was more alert. She had escaped early and escaped the quagmire of the heavenly court. If Tai Yi had left with Nuwa back then, his fate today might have been very different. Di Jun established the heavenly court and achieved himself, but he destroyed Tai Yi. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had used Tai Yi's future to exchange for his own. If such a thing had happened between other brothers, they would have fallen out long ago. However, Di Jun and Tai Yi were different. The friendship between them was too strong. Their brotherhood was moving. It was even better than the relationship between the 12 ancestral shamans. Di Jun could scheme against everyone, but he would not scheme against Tai Yi. Tai Yi's strength was clearly stronger than Di Jun's. He also possessed the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Bell of Chaos. He could be said to be the number 1 person in the heavenly court. However, he was willing to submit to Di Jun and fight for him to conquer the vast territory ruled by the demon race. It could be said that his brother's relationship with him was deep. After all, although the demon race was big, there were only 2 golden crows born from the Khanate. Big brother, don't say that. This is my own choice. Seeing Di Jun blaming himself so much, Tai Yi hurriedly said. It was not entirely Di Jun's fault. Who knew that the heavenly court was a trap? In the beginning, Tai Yi had indeed benefited from the celestial court. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and it didn't take long for him to reach the half-step origin Dao realm. It was also at that time that Tai Yi realized that something was wrong. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the last half step. After pondering for a long time, he realized that it was because of the heavenly courts. Unfortunately, he understood it too late. Besides, it's not necessarily a bad thing to be stuck in the realm for so many years. This will make my foundation more solid, and my accumulation more profound. With a strong foundation, I may not be weaker than the 3 pure ones. After a while, seeing that his persuasion was useless, Tai changed his words and continued persuading. That's true. Second brother's talent is the best in the primordial world. Even if he attained the Tao later than the 3 pure ones, he would still be weaker than them. As expected, Jun's eyes lit up when he heard Tai's words. Tai's talent was indisputable. There were many Khanate saints in the primordial world, but Tai was the only one who was born with a Khanate cardinal treasure. This explained everything. It was not impossible for Tai to overtake others on the path of cultivation. Second brother, it's good that you're confident. Big brother, you have to work hard too. Otherwise, when you become a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian and I'm still in the Sage-to-be realm, I'll be letting you down for all these years. For the heavenly courts, Tai had delayed his future. If Jun could not break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm, he would not have the face to stand in the primordial world even if others did not say anything. Yes, big brother, don't worry and go into seclusion. I'm going into seclusion too. I have a feeling that I'm not far away from attaining the Tao. When the time comes, you and I will attain the Tao together. I think the faces of the Magi will be very interesting. Thinking of the expressions of the ancestral race after the two of them attained the Tao, even Tai's state of mind could not help but fluctuate. He joked with Jun for a long time. Tai hated the 12 ancestral Magi to the core. If it was a one-on-one battle, Tai was confident that he would win even if he did not use the Bell of Chaos. However, the 12 ancestral Magi never fought with him one-on-one. They always swarmed him and beat him until he had no temper. It was really sullen. Yes. Yes. When the time comes, we'll definitely teach the Magi a lesson. Tai's words touched Jun's heart. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. Tai will not disturb big brother's seclusion. I'll leave first. At this point, there was nothing to talk about. Only a breakthrough was the right thing to do. Therefore, Tai planned to go back into seclusion. However, before he left, he saw Jun frown and say, although I don't take the Zichin clan seriously, I can't let him have an easy time. Otherwise, won't the world think that the demon clan is easy to bully? If everyone is like him, wantonly provoking the demon clan without paying the price, then where is the dignity of the demon clan? Jun suddenly thought of Feng Zichin and planned to teach him a lesson to warn all living beings in the primordial world. That's right. If this person is not punished, the dignity of the demon clan will not be shown. However, among the demon clan, only you, me, and Fushi can defeat Feng Zichin. And you and I have no time to attack. Because of his identity, Fushi will not attack him. The rest might not be his match. That's a little difficult. Thinking of this, Tai frowned. With Feng Zichin's strength, unless it was a half-step primordial chaos expert, no one would be his match. However, only Jun, Tai, and Fushi had such an expert in the demon clan. Jun, Tai, was in seclusion and had no time to attack. Fushi was Nua's brother. Of course, he would not attack Nua's face. That left Kun Peng and the others. These people were either quasi-saints or Daluo Jinxian. How could they be a match for the great Taoist priests? Difficult. Too difficult. If we can't deal with Feng Zichin, then we'll deal with the humans. Isn't he the human emperor? Then we'll use the blood of his people to wash away his sins. That's good. Everyone knows that this is the consequence of offending the demon clan. Jun sneered and said. Feng Zichin was not easy to deal with, but were the humans not easy to deal with? With the strength of the demon clan, the humans were at their mercy. That's not good. If we attack the humans rashly, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to explain to fellow Taoist Nua. Tai was a little hesitant about Jun's suggestion. The humans were a race created by Nuwa. If they attacked them, wouldn't it be a slap to Nuwa's face? If the demon clan didn't have a good relationship with Nuwa, it would be fine if they offended her. However, Nuwa was an ally of the demon clan and their relationship was extremely close. Wouldn't this be pushing Nuwa out? Second brother, don't worry about fellow Taoist Nuwa. If she cared about the past, she wouldn't have let the Zichin clan get married at this juncture. Obviously, she wants to completely separate herself from the demon clan. Speaking of Nuwa, Jun's tone couldn't help but be a little angry. Feng Zichin was Nuwa's face in the primordial world. Nuwa must know that he was getting married. Perhaps she was supporting him behind the scenes. Nuwa knew the harm of human marriage to him, but Nuwa still did it. This was clearly not taking him seriously. How could Jun not be angry? This was also why Jun was dissatisfied with Nuwa. At that time, he ignored the barrier set up by Nuwa and directly attacked Feng Zichin. It might not be without this reason. Nuwa didn't give him any face. Then why should he give Nuwa any face? Big brother, I think you might be thinking too much. Fellow Taoist Nuwa might not think so. After a while, Tai deliberated over his words and replied carefully. He really didn't believe that Nuwa would be like this. What good would it do her if the demon clan declined? Nuwa was different from other saints. There was a relationship between her and the demon clan. The stronger the demon clan was, the greater the benefits for her. If the demon clan declined, her interests would also be damaged. The gains did not make up for the losses. Besides, if a mere human marriage could shake the position of the Celestial Emperor, then the position of the Celestial Emperor would be too boring. It was better to abdicate early so that he wouldn't be ousted by others. Big brother, you're still a little petty. You've lost the spirit of the Celestial Emperor. Tai thought silently in his heart. Sigh. Second brother. You're still too emotional. You don't know how sinister people are. Jun was helpless towards his younger brother. Perhaps it was the confidence brought by his own strength, but Tai was often disdainful of conspiracies and tricks. He thought that those things were not presentable. He was also sincere towards his friends and never cared about gains and losses. Perhaps, this was why Tai was so powerful. Only by being sincere in the Tao could one obtain the Tao. Tai had displayed this perfectly. Jun, on the other hand, was good at scheming. His state of mind had fallen, so he was not as good as Tai. Alright, second brother, you don't have to worry too much. Since the human race has already walked out of the ancestral land, it means that they intend to join the battle for hegemony in the primordial world. Then it's understandable for the demon clan to attack the human race. Fellow Taoist Nuwa can't say much. She can't always protect the human race, right? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Jun said reasonably. If the human race wanted to grow stronger, it was impossible to rely on Nuwa's protection alone. Only by experiencing blood and fire could they establish a foothold in the primordial world. The demon clan attacking the human race was a form of training for the human race. Even if Nuwa was dissatisfied, she could only accept it. Even so, we can't go too far. When the demon clan attacks, let them avoid the human race's ancestral land. The human race in the other places will depend on their own fortune. Tai thought that it made sense and agreed to Jun's plan. However, he also added a restriction. They could not attack the human race's ancestral land to avoid completely angering Nuwa. Let's do as second brother says. Jun did not want to argue with Tai over such a small matter, so he simply agreed. Anyway, it was to teach Feng Zichin a lesson. It did not matter how many humans he killed as long as he achieved his goal. It was not a big deal to let some of them go. In this way, he could save Nuwa's face. Why not? Although Jun said it happily, he could not bear to completely fall out with Nuwa. Now, the situation of the Lich was unclear. Nuwa was still useful to him. It was not a good time to fall out with her. He had to wait until the demon clan defeated the wizard clan and completely controlled the situation in the primordial world. At that time, Dijun would have the capital to fall out with Nuwa. Under Dijun's order, in the boundless starry sky, countless demon clans were ready to go to the lower world to find trouble with the human race at any time. And this would be the prelude to the massacre of humans by the demon clan. If Feng Zichen knew that the massacre of humans by the demon clan was caused by this, what would he think? The great calamity of the human race was about to arrive, but Feng Zichen did not sense it at all. That was because he was experiencing a joyous event in his life, entering the bridal chamber. As time passed, the wedding had reached the final stage, which was also the most important stage. The bride and groom entered the bridal chamber. Feng Zichen held Chang Yi's hand and walked into his bedroom amidst everyone's congratulations. Originally, according to Feng Zichen's original plan, at most, he and Chang Yi were husband and wife on the surface. Once their true spirit awakened, this marriage would naturally end. But men, most of them did not mean what they said. They ate in the bowl and looked at the pot. Chang Yi was such a beautiful woman, and she looked at him shyly. How could Feng Zichen tolerate it? On impulse, he threw all his plans to the back of his mind. Ha 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 ha, I think you can imagine it yourselves. Only this way is the most moving. After a night of wind and rain, Chang Yi collapsed in Feng Zichen's arms with a tired face. The light of the moon on her body surged and enveloped the two of them. On Feng Zichen's body, the light of the Khanate Supreme Yang flickered non-stop. It resonated with the light of the moon on Chang Yi's body and gradually merged into one, turning into a yin-yang taiji diagram. After that, a purple star rose from Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness and hung above the yin-yang taiji diagram. Wisps of purple gas hung down, reconciling yin and yang, and operating the two modes. The yin-yang taiji diagram slowly rotated, and boundless Tao runes were produced. Tao and truth intertwined, and countless mysterious runes appeared and disappeared. The mysteries of the Khanate Tao of yin and yang appeared in the hearts of Feng Zichen and Chang Yi. The intersection of yin and yang was the most mysterious. With the Emperor's star in the middle to reconcile and operate the two modes, it added a bit of mystery. The two of them immediately fell into enlightenment. In a trance, Feng Zichen's understanding of the Khanate Tao of yin and yang deepened. The things that he didn't understand in the past were all understood now. The problems that he found difficult in the past were also extremely simple, as if he was suddenly enlightened. Moreover, the supreme divine power that he couldn't comprehend before, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light, also had a rough idea now. A little bit of the moon light flickered in his body, entangling with the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. They gradually evolved and corroborated each other, exploring the source of yin and yang together. It was getting closer to the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light step by step. This was another supreme divine power that Feng Zichen dreamed of, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. Yin and yang gave birth to all things, and everything in the universe was in yin and yang. Therefore, the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light contained all things and could melt everything. It was extremely powerful. Moreover, this divine power could be combined with the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light to form another supreme divine power, the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light. In this world, there was almost no one who could escape from the Khanate Supreme Yang Divine Light. Once the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light was released, how many people in the universe could resist it? This supreme divine power was enough to be ranked in the top 10 of all the divine powers in the universe. It was a true weapon of mass destruction. Although Feng Zichen's understanding of the Khanate Five Elements Divine Light was not very deep, as his understanding of the Khanate Tao of yin and yang deepened, he would be able to understand this divine power sooner or later. While Feng Zichen's transformation was still ongoing, Chang Yi also began to change. The moonlight on her body became denser and denser. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared and danced around her, drawing in strands of mysterious energy from the core of the lunar star to increase her cultivation. This was the power of the lunar pearl. Under the power of yin and yang, the lunar pearl was awakened. It absorbed the most fundamental energy from the lunar star to help Chang'e recover. However, with Shihi guarding the lunar star, the lunar pearl did not dare to draw in the lunar star's power on a large scale to avoid attracting Shihi's attention. It could only steal the power intermittently when Shihi was unprepared. This way, although it was beneficial to Chang'e, it was far from enough to help her break the seal. It would take a long time for Wang Shu to reappear in the world. Thus, 100 years passed in a hurry. Feng Zichen and Chang'e finally woke up from their enlightenment. The two looked at each other and smiled. They put on their clothes and walked out hand in hand. However, as soon as Feng Zichen walked out of his bedroom, he sensed that the fate of the human race seemed to be in danger. It suddenly trembled violently and appeared in the sky above the human Dao imperial court. At this time, if the mortals looked up, they would see a blazing torch fire suddenly appear in the sky above the human Dao imperial court. The torch fire was incomparably hot and enveloped in five-colored light. It landed in the sky above the human Dao imperial court like the sun, shining brightly and illuminating the entire human race. Countless images of the human race appeared in the fire, playing out the history of the human race one after another. This was the history of the human race. Everything that had happened since the birth of the human race had been recorded by the fate of the human race. Around the fire and in the five-colored light, the images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and qilin appeared from time to time. They were the strongest allies of the human race. The five-colored light was a manifestation of the fates of the five Khanate races. They surrounded the torch fire, representing their strongest friendship with the human race. Look! Our fates are connected and inseparable. We must advance and retreat together. That's the torch fire. It's the fates of the human race. Why did he suddenly appear? Did something happen to the human race? The young people might not recognize the origin of the torch fire, but many of the older generation had witnessed the birth of the human race's fate with their own eyes. How could they not recognize him? The fates of the human race wouldn't manifest for no reason. His appearance must be accompanied by a major event. And this major event, it could be good or bad. Everything was possible. For a time, the human race was in a state of panic. They didn't know what had happened. Some of the older generation went straight to the human emperor's palace, wanting to get an answer from the human emperor. However, before they could reach the palace, the torch fire suddenly moved. He grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, he had expanded by tens of thousands of times and was about to blot out the sky. Boom! Then, with a boom, a huge beam of light shot out of the torch fire and exploded in the air. It turned into tiny torch fire that fell into the human territory below. Chapter 453. The tiny flames didn't vanish after landing in the human territory. Instead, they burrowed into the bodies of the human primordial unity golden immortals and merged with their fortunes. All of a sudden, all the human Tai Jingxian felt that their fate was increasing rapidly. They were all puzzled as they didn't know what had happened to cause such a strange change. After Xianhua did all this, his solid body suddenly turned illusory, giving people a feeling that he was like a bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. Clearly, it had taken a great toll on Xianhua to enhance the fortune of all the primordial immortals of the human race at once. It had even damaged his origin, and it would take him at least tens of millions of years to recover. It could be said that his primordial qi was greatly damaged. With his primordial qi damaged, Xianhua's strength was greatly reduced, and he could no longer maintain such a huge body. In the blink of an eye, his body began to shrink, from the size of the sun to a small flame. After shrinking, Xianhua's body also became solid, no longer looking so illusory, which made people feel relieved. Previously, Xianhua looked like it was going to be extinguished at any time, which was really scary. The people were terrified, fearing that it would suddenly be extinguished. The extinction of the human race's fate was a sign of the extinction of the human race. Fortunately, although Xianhua's situation didn't look good, he was still burning, which meant that the human race wasn't really in a desperate situation. However, Xianhua was severely injured for no reason, which was obviously not a good sign, which meant that the future of the human race was bleak. The human race. The future of the human race wouldn't be safe. Thinking of Xianhua's current state, the human higher-ups couldn't help but feel worried. Xianhua was the manifestation of the human race's fate, which was the best representative of the human race's strength. The stronger he was, the stronger the human race was. And vice versa. Now that Xianhua was about to be extinguished, it was reflected on the human race, which meant that even if the human race wasn't facing the extinction of the human race, it was not far away. A great disaster was coming. With this thought, the human experts rushed to the human sovereign palace to see if the human sovereign had a way to resolve this crisis. After all, the human emperor was not only the strongest in the human tribe, but he was also one of the top 10 figures in the entire untainted land. There were not many things that could trouble him. They couldn't solve the crisis of the human race, but it didn't mean that the human emperor couldn't. This is, putting aside the thoughts of the human experts, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this strange scene outside the palace. He knew what was going on. This was the blessing of the clan's fate. This was something that would only happen when the fate of the clan was in danger of being exterminated. In other words, Xianhua had sensed that the human race was on the brink of extinction. That was why he showed himself without being summoned and even consumed his own essence to increase the fortune of the human experts. This was Xianhua trying his best to raise the prowess of the human experts so that they could better deal with the upcoming calamity. That was the most frightening part. After all, over the years, with Feng Zichen's efforts and the rapid development of the human race, Xianhua's prowess was already comparable to the experts of Sage-to-be perfection. It was such a strong prowess that was still unstoppable in the face of the impending calamity of the human race. It was imaginable. How terrifying this calamity would be. Needless to say, that calamity must be the monster race's massacre calamity. Only such a calamity would put Xianhua in danger of being exterminated. After so many years, what's supposed to come is finally coming. The monster race's massacre calamity is coming. Even though Feng Zichen was prepared for this calamity, he was still a little shocked when it really came. The human race really couldn't fight against the monster race. Even if they were 100 times stronger, even if they had the help of the 5 innate races, they still wouldn't be a match for the monster race. One of the 2 strongest innate races in history, the monster race that could make even the sages wary, their prowess wasn't bragging, but fighting. The human race was just a postnatal race that was born less than 10 million years ago. How could they fight against the monster race that dominated the untainted land and occupied Zhousing for billions of years? Could it be that the monster race were all idiots? Billions of years of development couldn't compare to 1,000,000 years of development of the human race? The human race fighting against the monster race was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. But even so, Feng Zichen still wanted to fight against the monster race. If he didn't fight against the monster race, was he going to wait for death with his arms tied? How could the monster race let the human race go just because they didn't resist? No. If they didn't resist, it would only encourage the monster race's arrogance. Therefore, they had to fight. There were still 3 nails in a rotten ship. Not to mention a huge human race. Even if they couldn't win, they had to break a few teeth of the monster race. They had to let the world know that the human race didn't lack iron-blooded people. This battle could only be fought to the death. Other than that, there was no other way. The gap was too big. Besides, everything that the human race had was the result of Feng Zichen and the human race's hard work. Who could take it lying down and watch it be destroyed by the monster race? If they fought, they would die. If they didn't fight, they would die. Then fight. Fight hard. Killing one was enough. Killing two was a profit. Chang-yi, go down and comfort the clansmen. I'll go to the human emperor palace to discuss with the elders. After turning his head and instructing Chang-yi, Feng Zichen strode towards the human emperor palace. Originally, Feng Zichen should have personally comforted the clansmen. However, husband and wife were one. After he and Chang-yi got married, Chang-yi could represent him in this kind of matter to comfort the people. It saved Feng Zichen a lot of trouble. When Feng Zichen arrived at the human emperor palace, there were already many people gathered here. And these people weren't just the elders of the human race. There were almost all the experts of the human race. None of these experts were weaker than the perfected Tai Jingxian. Among them, there were dozens of experts who had already stepped into the half-step Daluo realm and were about to prove their Dao. It could be said that this was the first time that the human experts had gathered together. Usually, they were traveling in the primordial world and rarely returned to the human race. The reason why they were gathered together this time was because they had specially come back to congratulate Feng Zichen on his wedding. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time just to summon these experts who were traveling outside. It's still too little. After a rough glance, there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 human experts present. Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 3,000 to 4,000 Tai Jingxian was naturally a terrifying force in the future. But now, it was an extremely weak force. It couldn't even be considered a mid-level force in the primordial world, let alone fight with the monster race. It was estimated that an army of the monster race would be able to destroy the human race. The human race had 3,000 to 4,000 Tai Jingxian, and the demon race had 3,000 to 4,000 Daluo Jingxian. How could they fight this battle? Therefore, in this battle, they could only defend, not attack. Everyone, the great calamity of the human race is coming, I'm sure you've all felt it. After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice. Xin didn't hesitate to make a move. Without him saying anything, everyone present should have guessed what had happened. If they couldn't guess, they would be a little stupid. With such intelligence, it would be difficult for them to survive in the primordial world. Your Majesty, where does the calamity come from? As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward and asked. They knew that the human race was about to face a great calamity, but they didn't know where it came from. If they didn't know the cause, how could they prevent it? The monster race. Without hiding anything, Feng Zichen said directly. This matter couldn't be hidden, and when the monster race army arrived, everyone would naturally know where the calamity came from. Therefore, it was better to say it in advance so that everyone could be prepared. What? The monster race. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then fell silent. If it were other races, they would have the confidence to protect the human race. But facing the monster race, they didn't have the slightest confidence. These human experts didn't have a specific idea of how strong the monster race was, but they had all seen the strength of the witch race. There were countless primordial unity golden immortals, zenith heaven golden immortals, and dozens of quasi-saints. Destroying the human race would be a piece of cake. And a race that could fight against the witch race for hundreds of millions of years without falling, its strength could be said to be completely beyond their imagination. With such a great disparity in strength, how could the human race fight? For a moment, the hearts of the human race were filled with despair. Why, are you afraid? Seeing the despair spreading in the hall, Feng Zichen said. Your Majesty, that's the monster race, one of the strongest races in the primordial world. In the entire primordial world, except for the witch race, who wouldn't be afraid? Not everyone was Feng Zichen, who didn't have the slightest fear in front of the monster race. In the primordial world, the liches were the sky, and no one could disobey them. Those who offended them would only die. For countless years, many races in the primordial world had been destroyed by the witch race and the witch race. Any one of them was stronger than the current human race, but they were still destroyed. The monster race wanted to destroy the human race, so how could the human race be spared? However, although everyone was in despair, no one asked how the human race had offended the monster race. They weren't fools. When they recalled that Di Jun had attacked Feng Zichen during his wedding, they could roughly guess what was going on. However, Feng Zichen couldn't be blamed for this. This marriage was arranged by the elders of the human race with Nua's approval. Feng Zichen himself didn't agree. Speaking of which, Feng Zichen was still a victim. If they hadn't forced him to get married, how could such a disaster have happened? In fact, Di Jun's destruction of the human race was also an honor for the human race. These days, the only race that could make Di Jun exterminate was the human race. Wasn't it an honor for the human race that the Celestial Emperor ordered to attack the human race? However, this honor required the flesh and blood of the human race. In the silence, Feng Zichen spoke. That's true. The monster race is powerful. They dominate the heavenly court and control Zhouxing. Even the saints have to give in to them. The human race is just a postnatal race. Our strength is still at the bottom of the primordial world and is far from being comparable to them. If not for the care of the dragon race and the protection of Nua, we would have been destroyed countless times. It's normal to be afraid of the monster race. Who isn't afraid of the monster race? At this point, Feng Zichen paused slightly and then said loudly, "But if we're afraid, will the monster race let us go?" No. They will firmly carry out Di Jun's order and slaughter the human race. Therefore, we have to fight. Even if we die, we have to die standing, not kneeling. Even if we can't hurt the muscles and bones of the monster race, we have to break a few of their teeth. Let them know that there are no cowards in the human race. Only then will we not waste our trip to the primordial world. Don't tell me you want to die kneeling. Everyone was silent, but Feng Zichen could not be silent. Everyone was in despair, but Feng Zichen could not be in despair. If he was like everyone else, then the human race would really be finished. That's right. Even if the monster race wants to destroy the human race, they have to pay the price. The human race has to fight to the end. The human race is not weaker than the human race. After being provoked by Feng Zichen, everyone swept away their previous decadence and roared loudly with red eyes. They looked like they wanted to fight to the death with the monster race. That's right. At this time, it's the moment of life and death for the human race. It's the time for us to be united and face the disaster together. Although the monster race is strong, why should the human race be afraid? At most, we'll die. Feng Zichen was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. They were afraid before the battle. Was this the attitude that the human race should have? Only when they were not afraid of death could they show the true colors of the human race. Yes. Fight the monster race, fight to protect the human race. What's there to be afraid of death? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Influenced by Feng Zichen, everyone's blood was boiling. Cries of fighting to the death came out of their mouths, and their heroic spirit was undeniable. When the voice spread out of the human emperor palace, even Xian Hui seemed to be infected and became more vigorous. This attitude made Feng Zichen, who was sitting at the top, even more satisfied. If the human race was like this, there was no need to worry that the human race would not prosper. Everyone, please calm down. When everyone's blood gradually cooled down, Feng Zichen raised his hand, pressed a few times, and said, "Things are not as bad as we thought. After all, the untainted land is the territory of the witch race. How can the monster race come and go as they wish? Therefore, even if the demon race wants to destroy the human race, they won't send great overarching golden immortals. At most, they'll send some primordial unity golden immortals and half-step great overarching experts. In this way, although the monster race's strength is still far beyond that of the human race, it will not be so difficult to deal with them. If the plan is right, the human race may be able to survive this calamity." When everyone calmed down, Feng Zichen continued to analyze. At this time, the witch race could not care less about the Tai Jingxian demons returning to the untainted land. But if the Daluo Jingxian demons came to the untainted land, they would die one by one. Did they really think that the witch race was weak? Daluo Jingxian was already the top battle strength of the two races. No one would let go of the opportunity to kill the other side's experts. Phew. It turns out that the demon god can't take action. Your Majesty, you didn't finish your words at once. You really scared us. Hearing that the demon god would not take action in this battle, everyone was obviously relieved. The reason why the monster race was powerful was because of the large number of Daluo Jingxian. To deal with the human race, the monster race only needed to send out hundreds of Daluo Jingxian to easily destroy the human race dozens of times. Everyone thought that it made sense. Without the Daluo Jingxian, why should the human race be afraid of the monster race? This was a crushing situation. It was impossible to rely on the Tai Jingxian demons to destroy the human race. It should be known that besides the 9 lords, the human race still had 4 Daluo Jingxian. And no matter how many Tai Jingxian there were, they would not be enough to kill the Daluo Jingxian. Of course, the array was an exception. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, Feng Zichen knew what they were thinking and said helplessly, he could only say helplessly, if the Daluo Jingxian of the monster race can't take action, then the Daluo Jingxian of the human race can't take action either. Otherwise, we will completely enrage the monster race and make them attack the human race without regard for anything else. Then even if the human race is protected by the witch race, they will be destroyed by the monster race overnight. It was true that the monster race was wary of the witch race, but if they relied on their cultivation to slaughter the monster race's citizens on a large scale, they would be courting death. The monster race had 3,000 to 4,000 Daluo Jingxian. If they attacked the human race without regard for anything else, even the witch race would not be able to stop them. Feng Zichen would not be able to stop them either. Therefore, in this battle, they could only rely on the Tai Jingxian cultivators. Ah! Everyone's faces immediately turned bitter. To put it bluntly, the number of Tai Jingxian cultivators of the monster race was much greater than the number of all the immortals of the human race combined. However, this news was not too bad. After all, compared to facing the entire monster race, it was undoubtedly much easier to face only the Tai Jingxian cultivators of the monster race. This was also Feng Zichen's plan. First, he would make them feel despair, and then give everyone hope. If Feng Zichen had said from the beginning that he wanted everyone to face the Tai Jingxian of the monster race, they would definitely not be so full of fighting spirit now. He first raised the difficulty level to the maximum level to make everyone feel despair. Then, he lowered the difficulty level to give them a glimmer of hope. This move would undoubtedly greatly increase their endurance, and it would also be easier to stimulate their fighting spirit. Now, it seemed that this move was very effective. Everyone was rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, waiting for the battle with the monster race. In a battle of the same realm, the human race might not be weaker than the witch race. One had to know that the human race cultivated the Tao of the fiend gods, and they paid attention to bloodline atavism. Awakening the innate bloodline and reversing the innate life form. Those who could cultivate to the Tai Jingxian had all transformed into innate life forms. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they were on the same level as the monster race. If they really fought, it would depend on their own methods. The only thing that was more worrying was that the number of monster race experts was much greater than that of the human race. Everyone, the monster race is powerful, and it's difficult for the human race to compete with them. Therefore, those who want to leave the human race now, please take the initiative to leave. Every race had people who were afraid of death, and the human race was no exception. What Feng Zichen wanted to do now was to make them leave the human race on their own accord, so as to avoid the trouble of cleaning them up in the future. As soon as he said that, the hall immediately fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak, and they even held their breaths. These words were too harsh. Although he said that they would take the initiative to leave the human race, what he actually meant was that they would leave the human race. This was not a small matter. If things went wrong, the human race might be divided because of this. However, there were also a few bold ones who looked around in the crowd, wanting to see who was so afraid of death that they would betray the human race at this time of crisis. Feng Zichen waited for a while, but no one stepped forward, so he continued. If you take the initiative to come out now, we can still part on good terms. However, if you want to leave after the war breaks out, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Feng Zichen's tone could not help but carry a trace of killing intent. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and inexplicably shivered. This time, not long after Feng Zichen finished speaking, a few people showed hesitation. In the end, they gritted their teeth and flew out of the hall with a resolute look on their faces. You're courting death. Seeing these people leave, the people in the hall were so angry that they could not speak. There were even a few hot-tempered experts who could not hold back their anger and used their divine abilities to kill them. Stop! However, before the divine abilities that everyone used could hit the few people who escaped, they were casually blocked by Feng Zichen. He gently stroked his palm, and all the divine abilities disappeared. Of course, the few people who wanted to escape were also stopped by him. Fellow Taoists, I've already said what I wanted to say. Let's part on good terms. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. However, since you have already left the human race, the things of the human race have nothing to do with you. I won't ask you to compensate the human race for the price they paid to nurture you. Now, as long as you leave behind the things that belong to the human race, you can leave. Feng Zichen glanced at them indifferently and said. These people were really courting death. Did they really think that they could survive after leaving the human race? The primordial world was dangerous. Without the protection of a mighty figure, they would definitely become cannon fodder in the great calamity of heaven and earth. Every time the world was in turmoil, the ones who died the most were those innocent living beings. For example, after the Lich and Demon tribulation, the world would collapse. Those who had a backer could sit back and relax, while those who did not could only wait for death. Moreover, how could it be so easy to be a traitor? Feng Zichen wanted to take back everything except cultivation. For example, magic treasures, pills, luck, and so on. It was fine if they didn't have magic treasures, but without luck, they would be trampled to death by ferocious beasts when they went out. Your Majesty is right. The few of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth. At this point, they had no other choice. Feng Zichen had already called them fellow Taoists. This was completely cutting off their hopes of returning to the human race. The only thing they could do now was, there was only one way to go. With a ruthless heart, the few of them first threw out their magic treasures and storage spirit treasures. Then, they severed their bloodlines and even destroyed their physical bodies that they had refined for many years. At the same time, Xianhua trembled and took back the luck of the human race from their bodies. In this way, their connection with the human race was almost cut off. Is it worth it? One of them saw this scene and asked in a daze. After severing their bloodlines and destroying their physical bodies, even if they recovered, their strength would be greatly reduced. The price was heavy. Was it really worth it to pay such a price just to leave the race that gave birth to them? Unfortunately, he did not understand. For these people who were afraid of death, living was the most important thing. They could give up everything else. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. After doing all this, the few of them bowed to Feng Zichen and turned to leave. This time, no one stopped them. Therefore, they left easily. Your Majesty, please forgive us for taking our leave. Seeing that Feng Zichen really let those people go, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly got up and wanted to leave the human race. This time, there were dozens of people who stood out, several times more than before. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were burning with anger, wishing they could burn their bones and scatter their ashes. Chapter 454. What did these people want to do? Did they really not care about anything in order to live? If looks could kill. No. If Feng Zichen allowed them to attack, then these people would probably be stabbed into pieces by their looks. Fellow Taoists, please go ahead. Feng Zichen said indifferently. It was just a group of people who had died. There was no need to care. We will take our leave. After bowing again, this group of people, like the people before them, abandoned their magic treasures, severed their bloodlines, obliterated their bodies, and left the human race with nothing. Your Majesty, wouldn't it be too easy for them to let them go just like that? After no one left, someone among the people who stayed behind asked indignantly, as if they were very dissatisfied with Feng Zichen's decision. How could they be dissatisfied? These people fled at the last minute. They were clearly traitors to the human race. If they didn't kill them, how could the civilians be angry? If they were let go so easily and didn't know the rules, wouldn't it be encouraging everyone to escape? Human Emperor. What a mess. The hearts of the human race were going to be in chaos. Hee hee. Feng Zichen only chuckled at everyone's dissatisfaction and didn't care too much. He understood everyone's worries. It was nothing more than his punishment being too light and easily disturbing people's hearts. But was his punishment really light? Everyone, there's no need to be angry. It's good that they left. These people's minds are not difficult. Leaving them in the human race is also a scourge. It's easy to shake the morale of the army. Now that they have been chased out, the human race will have no unstable factors. They can unite and fight against the demon race together. Moreover, how can their relationship with the human race be broken so easily? Their lives were given to them by the human race. Since they have left the human race, they have to leave their lives behind. This is a natural karma that can only be eliminated by death. Therefore, these people have to go through reincarnation. Only in this way can they end the karma between them and the human race. The grace of giving birth to them was greater than the heavens. How could it be offset by bloodlines and bodies? Moreover, their cultivation methods, Tao, divine abilities, and the resources they used for cultivation all came from the human race. What kind of karma was this? It wouldn't be enough to repay in a lifetime. So, they wanted to leave. That was impossible. This karma was too heavy, and only death could resolve it. After all, death was the end of everything. If they left the humankind, these people would all die a violent death before long. This was karma. Do you really think karma is a joke? Even the saints were not willing to be tainted by it, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. This was the reason why Feng Zichen let them off so easily. They were going to die anyway, so there was no need to dirty their hands. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing if Feng Zichen was telling the truth. Everyone, please look. Feng Zichen knew that no one believed him. Smiling, he waved his sleeve and used the circular light technique, forming a huge circular mirror. The surface of the mirror was very clear, and it reflected everything within 10,000 miles around the human territory. Among them, there were many indistinct figures. They were the ones who had betrayed the human race. The reason why their figures were faintly discernible was because they had destroyed their physical bodies. Now, they were only in the state of souls. Without a real physical body, how could they not be faintly discernible? What are you looking at? Everyone was a little puzzled. What did Feng Zichen want them to look at? How did these people escape? However, the speed of these people was indeed fast. As expected of those who were afraid of death. All their skills were focused on speed. In a short while, they had run out of the territory of the human race. Their speed was really good. However, what did it mean to just watch them escape? Just as everyone was puzzled, the scene changed. A black wind blew past, and those people did not even have time to cry out before their souls were crushed. Only their true spirits were left, and they were taken away by the power of reincarnation. Hiss, what is this? When everyone saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. What was that black wind? It actually destroyed the souls of dozens of Tai Jinxian so easily. It was too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Even if these people's physical bodies were gone and their strength was much weaker than before, they knew that even if they took action, they would have to put in some effort and pay a heavy price if they wanted to kill these traitors. It would not be as easy as this black wind. To be able to destroy those traitors so easily, even if they went themselves, they would not be able to end well. Could it be that the human emperor had taken action? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Feng Zichen suspiciously. Although the meaning was not clearly stated, as long as one was not blind, one could see the meaning. Was His Majesty dissatisfied with them and secretly killed them? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they died just as His Majesty said that something would happen to them? Everyone, this has nothing to do with me. That black wind is called the Black Wind of Nirvana. It is a strange power produced after the void is destroyed. It contains the power of Nirvana. How should I describe its power? It is useless against Daluo Jinxian, but it can easily kill Tai Jinxian. Not to mention that they don't have physical bodies, even if they were at their peak state, they wouldn't be able to withstand this wind. Shaking his head and smiling, Feng Zichen explained. The death of those traitors really had nothing to do with him. It was all karma. As early as when they decided to betray the human race, there was already a faint aura of death on their bodies. It was just that they were so focused on severing ties with the human race that they did not notice it. This was the calamity of death that blinded the soul. It made the consummate skill that cultivators relied on to survive, the sudden inspiration, completely ineffective. Really? Everyone was still a little skeptical. After all, this happened too coincidentally. Everyone, with my ability, crushing them is as easy as crushing ants. Why would I need to use such underhanded means? Moreover, everyone is a person who has seen his true nature and has become one with the Tao. How can you not see the simple principle of karma? When he said these words, Feng Zichen was also angry, and his words could not help but be a little harsh. Moreover, there was a hint of the charm of a Tao shout in his tone. Tao shout. Tao shout. This was the supreme magical power of the Xianmen sect. It turned sound into Tao sound and used the power of the Tao to shock people's hearts and make them see their true nature. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, everyone suddenly shuddered. It was as if the fog in their hearts had been lifted, and they suddenly felt enlightened. Before the tribulation arrived, the tribulation aura had already been released. There was still some time before the demons slaughtered the humans, but the tribulation aura that filled the world had already arrived and began to confuse everyone's minds. Previously, the reason why these human experts suspected that it was Feng Zichen who did it was because they were bewitched by the tribulation aura and lost their basic judgment. Feng Zichen used the Tao shout to wake them up. Fortunately, the tribulation of the human race was far inferior to the tribulation of the shamans and demons. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not be able to wake them up. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your advice. Everyone came back to their senses and immediately thanked Feng Zichen with cold sweat. With the tribulation aura around them, it would be difficult for them to survive the tribulation. It was extremely difficult for a normal person to transcend the tribulation. Moreover, they were people who had been invaded by the tribulation aura and lost their minds. The tribulation aura was too terrifying. If the tribulation aura did not affect their minds, many people would die in the primordial world during each great tribulation. Everyone, we have no way out. Feng Zichen did not let them see the fate of the traitors without a purpose. He wanted to tell everyone that it was useless to leave the human race. Even if he let them go, the heavens and earth would not let them go. Therefore, put away the thoughts that you should not have and prepare to fight to the death. Only death. After everyone woke up, their intelligence had recovered. Naturally, they could understand what Feng Zichen meant and expressed their stance on the spot. Very good, it's good that everyone has this ambition. The human race is fortunate to have everyone. Nodding, Feng Zichen was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. Regardless of whether they had really planned to fight the demons to the death or not, now, they had no way out. They had to fight the demons to the end. By the way, how many human experts do we have outside? With a thought, Feng Zichen suddenly asked everyone. There were many human experts who had traveled outside over the years. Those who had returned to attend the wedding were only the majority of them. A small number continued to travel outside and did not return to the human race. About 300 to 400. A human elder from the Changming clan stepped forward and said. The Changming clan was an elder of the human race. With the cultivation of a half-step Daluo Jingxian, he was in charge of the Changming temple. He was very familiar with the human race who had traveled outside. Of course, the Changming clan did not have this name before. However, after he took charge of the Changming temple, the name was no longer important. He changed it to the Changming clan. 300 to 400, that's not a small number. Call them all back. It's time for them to contribute to the human race. Nodding, Feng Zichen said. 300 to 400 primordial immortals was not a small force at all. By the way, if any of them are unwilling to come back, there's no need to force them. Just chase them out of the human race. There's no need to care about them. In the end, Feng Zichen added. Those who did not want to repay the human race would have to wait for their retribution. Of course, if some of them had not received any favor from the human race since they were born, it was understandable that they did not repay the human race. The heavens were fair and would not kill the innocent. Yes, Your Majesty. The Changming clan received the order and hurried back to the Changming temple. The Changming temple stored the Changming lanterns of all the humans who had traveled outside. Naturally, they had a way to contact them. Everyone, the demons are too powerful for the human race to fight against. Therefore, we need to think carefully about how to fight this battle. With the internal conflict resolved, it was time to talk about how the human race would fight against the demons. Your Majesty, what do you suggest? The difference in strength was too great. The chances of the human race defeating the demons were too low. Therefore, they did not hope to defeat the demons. They only hoped to preserve the human race's strength as much as possible. Defend. Feng Zichen announced his strategy. Defend? Everyone was puzzled. That's right. That's right. Only defend and not attack. Feng Zichen nodded in affirmation. How do we defend? If the demons invaded, would the human race be able to defend against them with their strength alone? All the major cities are protected by the Chaos Formation. Therefore, I want all of you to guard the major cities and rely on the Chaos Formation to firmly block the demons' advance and not let them take a step into the human race's territory. Feng Zichen had long planned how to fight against the demons. The human race's cities were built for this purpose. The location of these human cities was very particular. They formed a circle around the human race's territory and formed the human race's first line of defense. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this line of defense first. However, this line of defense was not so easy to break through. There was a chaos formation in the city. It was a supreme formation recorded in the chaos bead. It contained the true meaning of the Great Tao and was the supreme formation of the spacetime Tao. Even if the chaos formation set up by Feng Zichen was less than a billionth of the original, it was still one of the strongest formations in the primordial world, second only to the primordial world's three great formations. Moreover, the most powerful thing about the chaos formation was that it could distort spacetime. Every city had a chaos formation. It seemed to disperse his power, but in fact, it was not. The spacetime that belonged to the chaos formation had long been folded. There seemed to be many, but in fact, there was only one. In other words, there was only one chaos formation. It was the formation that protected the human Tao Imperial Court. The other chaos formations were all products of distorted spacetime. They seemed to be in the major cities, but in fact, they were still in the human Tao Imperial Court. Once these chaos formations were activated, space-time would overlap. Although everyone was in different places, they shared a set of formations. This meant that they could provide support at any time. If any side was attacked by the demon's main force, the human experts in other places could quickly provide support. No. They could not say that. It should be said that no matter where the demons attacked from, they would be facing all the human experts. In this way, unless the demons gathered all their forces to attack the humans at once, it would be difficult for them to break through the human race. This was one of the abilities of the chaos formation. It ignored spacetime. This was much more advanced than teleportation formations. Unless a half-step primordial chaos Tao realm expert sealed spacetime, no one could stop the power of the chaos formation. Next, it would depend on whether the demons planned to attack in batches or decide the outcome in one battle. If the outcome was decided in one battle, this method would be useless. However, there was a high chance that the demons would not use this method. Because the humans were too weak. It was not worth it for them to use this method. They would only use this method if they could not succeed after a long time. However, this was enough for the humans to hold on for a while. This method is not bad. But can the chaos formation block the demons' attacks? It was a good method, but everyone was worried about the power of the chaos formation. Usually, they knew that the chaos formation was very strong, but they did not know how strong it was. After all, there were only a few famous Khanate formations in the primordial world. There was no one called the chaos formation. You don't have to worry about that. Although the chaos formation is not famous, I comprehended it from the inheritance of the great Taoist priests. It is a first-class Khanate formation in the primordial world. It is extremely powerful and can be ranked in the top 10 of the primordial world's formations. It should be enough to resist the demons. Of course, he could not tell the true origin of the chaos formation. Feng Zichen could only push his origin to Pangu. After all, he was the descendant of Pangu. It was normal for him to obtain an extremely powerful Khanate formation. So it's the formation passed down by the great Taoist priests. Then the humans have nothing to worry about. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. They did not expect the chaos formation to have such a shocking origin. Chapter 455. That was Pangu, the founder of the primordial world, a supreme existence. Just thinking about it, one would know how extraordinary the array formation that he had left behind was. For a moment, everyone's confidence increased greatly. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen used the name of Pangu. Not only did he perfectly explain the origin of the chaos array, but he also gave everyone a lot of confidence. Then, Your Majesty, we will take our leave first. While there is still some time before the demons attack, we can familiarize ourselves with the chaos array. With a plan in mind, everyone stood up and was about to leave. The city lords were very familiar with the chaos array, but they had been traveling outside all year round and were not familiar with it. Since there was still some time, they might as well practice the array formation properly so that they would not be flustered and make mistakes. There's no rush. The most important thing now is to migrate the clansmen outside the ancestral land. If the demons invade the human race, they will definitely send out Tai Jingxian. In other words, this great calamity of the human race requires all the Tai Jingxian of the human race to block it. And the clansmen whose cultivation is lower than Tai Jingxian are not only useless in this great calamity, but they are also a burden. Therefore, I plan to migrate all the clansmen below the Tai Jingxian realm to the Imperial Court of Human Tao. If you are defeated by the demons, I will gather all the strength of the human race and fight the demons to the death in the Imperial Court of Human Tao. This was the second line of defense set up by Feng Zichen. He gathered all the clansmen of the human race who had not reached the Tai Jingxian realm to the Imperial Court of Human Tao. If the Tai Jingxian of the human race could not block the demon's attack, then he would use the power of the human race to activate the Imperial Court of Human Tao and fight the demons to the death. How powerful would the combined power of the entire human race be? Perhaps they would be able to activate the power of the Imperial Court of Human Tao, a Khanate's supreme treasure. At that time, even if they could not block the demon's attack, they would leave an indelible wound on the demons. However, Feng Zichen only had one chance to strike. After this strike, he would be torn to pieces by the furious Di Jun. This was a desperate move. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Feng Zichen was unwilling to use it. After this strike, no matter if it was a success or failure, the age of shamans and demons would come to an end. The fall of civilization, the loss of inheritance, the death of all the experts, the near extinction of the human race, and the return of the human race to the primitive era, was probably the real situation of the human race at that time. Your Majesty is right. After our clansmen have retreated, we can completely let go of our hands and feet and fight the demon clan with all our strength. You don't have to take care of your clansmen, which will affect your combat power. Everyone agreed with Feng Zichen's suggestion. After their clansmen left, they no longer had anything to worry about. Thus, they were able to use a lot more methods. However, I wonder how many Tai Jinxian the demons will send. This was the only thing that everyone was worried about. After all, there were too many Tai Jinxian in the demon race. There were so many that all the immortals of the human race combined were not as many as them. If the demon race sent out tens of thousands of Tai Jinxian, they could rely on the Chaos Array to resist. However, if the demon race sent hundreds of thousands of Tai Jinxian, then the human race would be in danger. Tens of thousands of Tai Jinxian working together to set up a Khanate array could make the Daluo Jinxian nurse a grudge, let alone hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone, don't worry too much. It's still the same thing. The primordial world is the territory of the shamans. It's definitely not a place where the demon race can do whatever they want. They can send people, but they definitely won't send too many. Otherwise, if they anger the shamans, they'll kill as many as they send. Even if the demon race has a lot of business, they won't be able to bear this price. According to my calculations, the number of Tai Jinxian sent by the demon race will not exceed 10 times that of the human race's Tai Jinxian. If there are more, they will be targeted by the shamans. Therefore, although this tribulation is difficult, it's not impossible for the human race to get through it. Feng Zichen analyzed calmly to the crowd. If hundreds of thousands of Tai Jinxian entered the primordial world aggressively, it was hard to say whether they would attack the human race or the shamans. After all, was it necessary to mobilize so many people to deal with a small human race? Therefore, the shamans would never allow hundreds of thousands of Tai Jinxian to enter the primordial world. The demon race would not be so stupid as to send so many demons over. Of course, if the demon race really sent so many demons over, the shamans would not mind killing them all. In this way, they could weaken the strength of the demon race. Why not? That's true. Although the difference of 10 times is huge, if we risk our lives, we might still have a chance. After Feng Zichen's analysis, everyone understood the key points. Although their expressions were still very serious, they were somewhat relieved. Alright, the war is imminent. I won't keep you here. Go and prepare. However, before that, you can send your family members to the ancestral land. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Feng Zichen waved his hand and signaled for everyone to leave. However, before everyone left, he asked everyone to send their family members to the ancestral land. They were not kept as hostages, but to protect them. No matter what, the human race was a race created by Goddess Nuwa. No matter how strong the demon race was, they had to leave her with dignity. They did not dare to do everything and completely destroy the human race. Therefore, the demon race would definitely leave a chance for the human race. And that chance of survival could only be the shore of the East Sea, the ancestral land of the human race. After all, there was a barrier set up by Goddess Nuwa there. No matter how arrogant the demon race was, they did not dare to attack this place. Not every demon was Di Jun and was not afraid of Goddess Nuwa's revenge. Feng Zichen asked everyone to send their family members to the ancestral land to tell everyone, even if the human Dao imperial court was broken through by the demon race and the human race suffered a destructive blow, their family members would still be fine and would still live well. This was to comfort their hearts. It was also a reward for them to protect the human race with their lives. The human race never mistreated those who had contributed. Your Majesty, the ancestral land has its own rules. How can it be broken because of us? Besides, the human race gave birth to me and raised me. We are willing to die for them. Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed and they said anxiously. Many years ago, the human clan had set up a rule. Except for the first generation of the human clan and the golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven, any human clan who had cultivated the immortal Tao was not allowed to stay in the ancestral land for long. Now, those who lived in the ancestral land, other than mortals who could not cultivate, were cultivators who had not cultivated the immortal Tao. Among them, most of them were young people. And these young people were the future of the human race. The reason why this rule was set was that they had no choice. The resources of the ancestral land were limited and could not support too many cultivators. As for sky immortals, mystic immortals, and golden immortals, how much Khanate Chi did these high-level cultivators need every day? It would not be long before the ancestral land was sucked dry. As for cultivators who had not cultivated the immortal Tao, the amount of Khanate Chi they could breathe in every day was limited. No matter how much they breathed in, the ancestral land could support it. There was no need to worry about being sucked dry. The amount of Khanate Chi that 1,000,000 Yang spirit cultivators breathed in a year could not compare to the amount that a Tai Jingxian could breathe in a day. The difference was so great. Therefore, the human race would not allow their clansmen who had cultivated the immortal Tao to stay in the ancestral land for long. But now, Feng Zichen had let everyone's relatives return to the ancestral land. It was obviously against the rules of the human race. One had to know that everyone present was a Tai Jingxian. It was nothing in the primordial world, but in the human race, they were the upper echelons. Their relatives were not as powerful as them, but they were also mystic immortals and golden immortals. Obviously, they were not qualified to enter the ancestral land. However, Feng Zichen still did it. It was not an exaggeration to say that fighting with the demons was a close shave. After the Great Tribulation, it would be good if dozens of people could survive among the thousands of people present. It could be said that they were all prepared to die in the battle with the demons. Therefore, how could Feng Zichen let them be bitterly disappointed? At the very least, he had to leave a trace of their bloodline to prove that they had been to the primordial world before. There's no need to say more. I've made up my mind. You are all heroes of the human race. How can the human race let you bleed and cry? Feng Zichen waved his hand to interrupt everyone and said firmly. Thank you. Your Majesty. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Their wills, which were not firm to begin with, were finally shaken. They replied in unison. Everyone had selfish motives, and they were no exception. They were willing to die for the human race, but they did not want their descendants and relatives to die in the hands of the demons like them. It could be said that Feng Zichen's order had struck a chord with them. It was only because of the rules of the human race that they subconsciously refused. However, since Feng Zichen was willing to break the rules for them, they would not insist on refusing. Okay. The future of the human race is entrusted to you. Standing up, Feng Zichen bowed to everyone and said. In this battle, Daluo Jingxian of the demon race would not make a move. Therefore, he could not make a move. The allies of the human race could not make a move either. All the heavy responsibilities were on the shoulders of these Tai Jingxian. Whether they could resist the attack of the demons determined the future of the human race. Therefore, they shouldered the future of the human race. They deserved the respect of Feng Zichen and all the humans. This was the glory that they had exchanged with their lives. Your Majesty, take care. We are leaving. In the end, they said something to Feng Zichen and everyone left. The human race is finished. After everyone left, Feng Zichen was silent for a long time before he suddenly shouted sadly. His eyes were filled with tears that dripped down. As long as they blocked the attack of the demons, the human race would have a chance to breathe. The demons would only send out Tai Jingxian. Di Jun would not make a move. How was this possible? All of this was a lie made up by Feng Zichen. It would not make them despair. But he knew in his heart. The human race was really finished. Even if Empress Nuwa made a move, she would not be able to save the human race. The demons would definitely destroy the human race. Because Feng Zichen discovered the reason why the demons would definitely destroy the human race. He, who came from the future, knew very well the reason why the demons slaughtered the human race. It was to refine the witch-killing sword. The witch-killing sword. As the name suggested, this was a witch-killing sword. It was specially used by Di Jun to deal with the ancestral sorcerer. As everyone knew, the bodies of the 12 ancestral sorcerer were the best in the untainted land. They were even stronger than some innate spiritual treasures. Apart from the top innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures, there were almost no weapons in the untainted land that could hurt their bodies. Ordinary innate spiritual treasures could not even leave a white mark on their bodies. Among the demons, only the Bell of Chaos of the Eastern Emperor Tai could cause fatal damage to the bodies of the ancestral sorcerer. The rest of the innate spiritual treasures could only be said to be better than nothing. This was also what troubled Di Jun. If the 12 ancestral sorcerer did not have such a strong body, they would have been defeated by him one by one. However, the witch-killing sword was different. This divine sword was refined from the flesh and blood of countless clansmen of the human race. It had a strong restraining effect on the bodies of the ancestral sorcerer. The body of the ancestral sorcerer, which was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure, was like a piece of paper in front of the witch-killing sword. It would simply shatter with a touch. Since he knew this, Feng Zichen naturally had to find the reason. Why did the divine sword refined from the flesh and blood of the human race have such a strong restraining effect on the ancestral sorcerer? As long as he figured this out and avoided it, he might be able to avoid the disaster of the human race. Feng Zichen studied for a long time but did not find out why the blood of the human race could restrain the body of the ancestral sorcerer. However, not long after he became the great Taoist priests, he suddenly understood. With the support of the myriad Tao, he finally found the reason why the blood of the human race could restrain the body of the ancestral sorcerer. However, it was this discovery that made him feel desperate. He believed that the demon race would never let the human race go. In itself, the blood of the human race did not have the power to restrain the body of the ancestral sorcerer. However, the human race was a race created by the Nuwa. In the process of creation, the Nuwa integrated her own essence and blood into the human race. This was the reason why the blood of the human race could restrain the body of the ancestral sorcerer. The blood of a saint was extraordinary. It was the essence of creation, the source of heaven and earth, and carried the power of the way of heaven. No matter how strong the body of the ancestral sorcerer was, how could it withstand the power of the way of heaven? In addition, the way of heaven wanted to kill the ancestral sorcerer. Their bodies naturally could not withstand the sharpness of the witch-slaughtering sword. It was normal for them to die. When the demons discovered this, they would definitely attack the human race. That was because the saints did not dare to provoke them, but the human race could. After all, the human race was too weak. Could the demons discover it? They would definitely do so. That was because even if the demons could not discover it, the way of heaven would definitely let them discover it. The way of heaven would definitely not miss such an opportunity to weaken the strength of the lich. And among them, the human race was just a sacrifice. No one would care. The Nuwa bloodline had been passed down from generation to generation in the human race. It had long become extremely thin. It was definitely not enough to refine the witch-slaughtering sword. Fortunately, there were enough humans. If the quality was not enough, the quantity would make up for it. Slaughtering the entire human race would definitely be able to gather the Nuwa bloodline needed to refine the witch-slaughtering sword. That was the reason why the demons slaughtered humans. As for whether this would offend the Nuwa, it was not important. To the demons, destroying the witch race was the most important thing. For this, they would not hesitate to pay any price. So what if he offended a weak saint? Hee hee. How ironic. What a great irony. The Nuwa bloodline that the human race is most proud of has actually become the human race's greatest death sentence. It's simply laughable. In the middle of the hall, Feng Zichen sat there paralyzed and laughed self-deprecatingly. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.